graças a Deus. Vem estar gelado.
Vamos ver se mais.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to warm, sunny Portimao. It's 10:25, 10 minutes to go to our first race of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2012. We start in 10 minutes' time with the juniors in groups A and B. So, on behalf of Rotax, on behalf of Corridas, on behalf of the circuit here at Cartodromo International Portimao, a warm, warm welcome. Our opening race of the day, over 7 laps for juniors, will see a local driver on pole position. Bruno Bodlido of Portugal is on pole position. He's joined on the front row by Harry Webb of the United Kingdom. Another British driver, Josh White, is on row 2 with Canada's Zachary Clement de Mello. Row 3, another Portuguese, Nuno Souza. He lines up with Finland's Samu Kulmala. Row 4, Anthony Fortier of France and Thomas Randall of Australia. And the top 10 is completed on row 5 with Christopher Dreyspring of Germany and Thomas Laurent of France. Row 6, Kazuto Kataka of Japan, and fellow countryman Marino Sato joins him, so it's an all-Japanese row 6. Row 7, John Del Valle Tour of Spain and Andrea Yatchenko of Russia. Row 8, Joseph Burton Harris, Australia, and Pedro Cardosa, Brazil. Row 9, Maxi Hofer of Austria and Oliver Askew of the USA. And the top 20 is completed on row 10 with Santino Ferrucci, USA, and Zach Scalzo of Canada. Row 11, Ryan Anderton of England, Gary Donnelly of Northern Ireland. Row 12, Daniel Salvador, Spain, and Sam Schippers of Netherlands. Row 13, Kasper Bileski of Poland and Alessandro Trombelli of Italy. Row 14, Eduardas Aiza of Lithuania and Vid Pasad of Slovenia. Into South America for row 15, Lucas Bacigalupo. He's from Chile. Ralph Aaron of Estonia joins him. That's an South American, Northern Europe, row 15. From Denmark, Jan Jonk. A little surprised to see Jan Jonk as low down as 16th row. Watch him come forward. He lines up with another guy who was very unlucky in qualifying, Florian Janitz of Austria. Row 17, Matthias Naim of the Lebanon. How good to have drivers from the Lebanon at the Rotax Grand Finals. Matthias lines up with Argentina's Ricardo de Gourmois. Ricardo de Gourmois of Argentina. Big thank you for that little t-shirt that came my way. Thanks, guys. And completing the grid from Colombia, Juan Manuel Jimenez, and from Belarus, Sava Shaidak. It will be a 7-lap race, scheduled away at 10:35. That's just 6.5 minutes time. It's the 13th edition of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals here in Portimao. Well, my name's Ken Walker. It's my very considerable privilege to be able to call the races for you. My 10th occasion. Didn't come to any of the first 3. Was fortunate enough to be asked to come in 2003 at Sharm el-Sheikh. And hey, been lucky enough to be able to come ever since. Well, the good news, we've got some big names here. And the good news locally, we've got some Portuguese towards the front. Bruno Bolido on pole position, Nuno Souza on the inside of row 3. Sure, we're in for a great day's racing. 16 races today, the first one away in 6 minutes time. I'll give you the 5 minutes call in just a moment. 5 minutes to go. The time is 10:30. We shall go racing at 10:35. 5 minutes to go. A warm welcome to all of you here at sunny Portimao. A warm welcome to those of you joining us online. We're away in under 5 minutes. Well, those of you tuned in online, you can see the assembly area, the dummy grid as we call it in Great Britain. Just one formation lap. And you see the guys getting very clear instructions from the International Race Director Nigel Edwards. And you get the message, don't you? I want you to stay in the landline. There is Deputy Clerk of the Course, Romero. And Philippe walking through the picture, the French photographer. Well, I often say this in commentary these days, or just before commentary. I don't know how nervous the drivers get. Some do get nervous, some don't get at all nervous. Me, I'm just talking about the race, and I'm nervous. And it's only a heat. Those of you that have tuned in online with a big time difference, thank you for making the effort. Particularly thanks to our friends in Australia. Got a special announcement for you in just a moment. 1 minute to go, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute to go. 1 minute. Special arrangement for our friends in Australia. I'm Ken Walker. I'm going to be doing the worldwide commentaries, but you Australian guys, you get a special treat because you get Scott Old doing some of the commentaries for you. I'll let you know how that works a little later on. Scotty Old, if you're listening now, Scott, good day, mate, or it's probably good evening. And thanks, Scott, for doing the commentaries with me here this weekend. But that's for the Australian viewers, listeners only. Okay, ready to go. That's the 30 seconds board. Well, I am nervous. Didn't think I would be this nervous. It's my 10th Rotax Grand Finals. But I'm feeling anxious for you guys. Hope all goes well. I really do wish good fortune to everyone. May the best drivers get the best results throughout the day. There's the green flag. We roll out for our first, or indeed our only formation lap on this long 1600 metre course here at Portimao. Well, those of you tuned in online, you can see the vantage points that people are getting on the top of the cliffs. And those of you that were tuned in yesterday, you will see from the banners that it's not nearly as windy as it was yesterday. Yesterday was, well, very much a gale force wind. Didn't affect me in my commentary booth, didn't help drivers out on the circuit, didn't help the marshals. Well, one of our drivers towards the front, I think a fourth row driver, just losing place. That might have been Anthony Foccio of France, but able to regain it, so that's fortunate. Anthony Foccio is scheduled to be starting on row 4. It looks as if he's regained row 4. Okay, Bruno Borlido is on pole position, and Harry Webb joins him on the front row. Josh White and Zach Clemendemello are row 2. Nunu Souza and Sami Kulmala, row 3. Anthony Foccio and Thomas Randall, row 4. And the top 10 are completed by Chris Drayspring and Thomas Laurent. These are the juniors in groups A and B. It's a 7-lap race. Well, congratulations to Bruno Borlido. He's brought them round steadily. And we're racing. And that looks a very uneven break, but it does continue with the race. Bruno Borlido leading from Josh White, and I think that's Nuno Sousa in third place in the red racing suit. So Portugal 1, 2 and 3. Harry Webb in fourth place as I see it, and those four just a little bit further clear of the rest of the field. Bruno Borlido from pole position then, just glancing over his left shoulder, coming under pressure immediately from Josh White. Josh White is kart number 181, and Josh and Bruno getting a little bit clear of third place driver, which I think is still Nuno Sousa. It's just briefly out of my view. Yeah, that looks like Nuno Sousa being pursued by Harry Webb, and Harry Webb goes up to third. Our first passing move of the Rotax Grand Finals 2012. Harry Webb from Great Britain, the Rotax Euro Challenge champion, moving up from fourth place to third place, that at the expense of Nuno Sousa. So at the end of the opening lap, Bruno Borlido, Josh White and Harry Webb 1, 2, 3. Nuno Sousa relegated to fourth, Zach Clemendemello fifth, and Thomas Randall in sixth place. Just looking up at the early climbers, Santino Ferrucci is up from 19th to 13th. Santino Ferrucci probably made the biggest steps forward. 19 to 13. Well, Josh White now getting really interested in taking the lead, isn't he? Just working out where my best view is from the television pictures I'm getting and the circuit proper. Well, moments ago I was convinced that Josh White was about to take the lead, but not so sure that that turned out to be the right read. Kart number 181, Josh White from the United Kingdom. Third place Harry Webb getting a little bit closer, although there is a gap as you can see. 117, Bruno Borlido dipping his head really low. But there's Josh White getting closer still. Well, Bruno Borlido looked impressive on that last eighth of the circuit, and looked impressive down the home straight, dipping his head and putting a kart length extra between himself and Josh White. Now Harry Webb getting into the mix, and I think that Harry Webb has gone into second place. No, that's a premature call. Harry Webb is, well, it's a really, really close little dice now, isn't it? Because kart number 120, Zach Clement de Mello, has got himself up there. Zach Clement de Mello, I didn't see coming through from 5th place. So Zach Clement de Mello in 2nd place, Josh White 3rd, but we've still got Bruno Bolido in the front. Of course, when there's a bit of a battle between 2nd and 3rd, that just takes the pressure off the guy at the front, and local driver Bruno Bolido getting a cushion the size of which he hasn't seen the whole of the event so far. Now, for those of you that haven't seen Bruno before, let me tell you, he was very impressive yesterday and the day previously. He didn't just win the qualifying practice competition, he actually was very fast in all of the non-qualifying positions as well. Josh White, confirmation that he'd gone past Harry Webb. When I called Harry Webb having gone into 2nd place, I'm pretty sure that that call a lap ago was accurate in that Harry Webb went forward, but he wasn't able to close the move out, and as a result of it, lost places to Zach Clement de Mello and to Josh White. Now, Japanese driver Kazuto Kataka coming forward. Kazuto Kataka in 5th place, going past these Finn, Samu Kulmala. Chris Dreisping running 7th, another Japanese driver, Marino Sato. He's in kart number 160 in 8th place. Nuno Souza, who was running 3rd, is down to 9th. And the Spaniard, John Del Valle Tor, completes the top 10. This is the start of lap 5. We've completed 4 laps, and Bruno Bolido has 0.6 of a second lead on the field, although Zach Clement de Mello is setting after him with some sort of determination and a half. Zach Clement de Mello of Canada, who started, let me see, on the outside of row 2, but because Harry Webb made a slow start, the drivers on the outside of row 2 were, the drivers on the outside row were themselves a little bit disadvantaged, but Zach Clement de Mello very quickly repairing the damage, and there's the move. Potentially, not quite. Well, Zach Clement de Mello and Bruno Bolido look to be trading places, coming out onto the home straight to complete lap 6, or to start lap 6, complete lap 5, and Zach de Mello has taken the advantage, and that's really closed up the guys. Harry Webb also coming in strongly now. Oh, and that goes that looks to me like Bruno Bolido going back into the lead. Zach Clement de Mello also featuring strongly there, just struggling a little bit with my identification as the sun's showing on the screen. I'm going to turn away to the circuit where I'm going to get my better view, I think. Coming round to the tight hairpin on the infield, 117 our leader is Bruno Bolido. So credit to the local driver, having lost the lead, immediately fighting for it back. He lost a big margin of a lead, but right now he's the one in front once again. Behind him, I think that's, I don't like saying I think it's Harry Webb, but I'm not 100% sure. Bruno Bolido leading them round to complete lap 6. So 6 laps gone, 1 to go, and Harry Webb looking to go into the lead, and Harry Webb takes the lead, and Bruno Bolido loses 2nd place as well to Zach Clement de Mello. Oh, what a fight back by Bruno to get into 2nd place, but he's not gone past Harry Webb. So Harry Webb leads Bruno Bolido, but he's losing that place, I think. Bruno Bolido loses a place to Zach Clement de Mello. But Harry Webb for the first time has hit the front in this one, the European champion in kart number 166. Oh, and Harry Webb takes a touch and goes off the circuit. Oh, and also comes to a halt, and so does one of the other front runners, which I think might be Zach. If not, it could be Josh White. Well, what a disaster late in the race. There was certainly some contact. Zach Clement de Mello, I think, well, that's the 2nd time in this race I've said I think. I'll only say what I know with certainty. So, let's call the race accurately as they come round and take the checkered flag. There is your race winner, 117, Bruno Bolido. Josh White in 2nd place, Samu Kulmala in third, Kazuto Kataka fourth, and Marino Sato in fifth. Confirmation that the coming together was between Zachary Clemandimello and Harry Webb. It was halfway round the last lap, and I'm afraid that's given us, well, our first disappointing result, because Harry Webb finishes 30th, and Zach Clemandimello, I think, is going to be a non-finisher. And yeah, Zach Clemandimello will be classified in 34th position as a non-finisher. Harry Webb a finisher, but in 30th place. Well, on the positive side, congratulations to Bruno Bollido. Bruno Bollido, our first race winner of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2012. Just having a look again at some of the images on that, see if we can see what happened. Oh, and there's the contact, and you can see that Zach Clemandimello just touched the back of Harry Webb, and both of them went out. There is the reverse. Let's look again. Harry Webb is our race leader, approaching the infield hairpin. Harry Webb is the race leader. Zach Clemandimello of Canada in second place. There is the contact, and Harry Webb fought really hard to try to straighten that cart up, and I thought that Zach Clemandimello was going to do the same, but he's now gone across the front on the spin, and both of them go out. The driver to the extreme right, also losing places, was one of our front runners as well. But let's focus on the good. Bruno Bollido wins it, Josh White in second place, and I didn't mention him in commentary, but coming up to third place, the first of two Japanese drivers, Kazuto Kataka. It was Marino Sato of Japan in fourth place. Portugal's Nuno Souza was fifth, two Portuguese drivers in the top five. Well, our on-screen graphics showing the final 34 positions with Zach Clemandimello down there in 34th. I think Ralph Aaron and Thomas Laurent were also off the marker, and there's a penalty for an incorrect start on kart number 144. 144, which is Samu Kumala, getting a 10-second penalty, which has dropped him down to, let me have a look, it's well out of the top 10. Samu Kumala, yeah, dropping out of the top 10, down into 23rd place with that 10-second penalty for an infraction at the start. Well, we look now at our second race, which is Group C and D for the juniors. On pole position from Linz in Austria, Thomas Preining. He's joined on the front row by Dutchman Stefano van Galen. Raoul Hyman of the United Kingdom is on row 2 with Patrick Pastorak of Slovakia. Alvaro Otero of Spain and Parker Thompson of Canada are row 3. Berkay Besler of Turkey and Eugene Denason of South Africa, row 4. Yanao Esmayer and Giuliano Cucilillo of Switzerland, row 5. Tommy Lemaire-Willette of Canada and James Golding of Australia, row 6. Bradley Liebenberg of South Africa and Guan Yu Zhou of China on row 7. Ross Gunn of the UK and Juan Manuel Carrera of USA are row 8. Scott Manson, New Zealand, and Daniel Woodruff, Malaysia, are row 9. Top 20 completed by Lars Lamberel of Holland and Ferdinand Habsburg of Hungary. First lady to be seen in this competition, Jessica Backman, is on row 11 with Pepijn Steeman. Jessica from Sweden, Pepijn from Holland. Khan Wartier of Thailand and Jane Nijar of the UK are row 12. Thomas Issa from Jamaica. Hi to all my friends in Jamaica. Call in Jamaica. Thomas Salva of the Czech Republic joins Thomas Issa on row 13. Second of our girls is Ashley Rogero. She's from the USA. She's on row 14 with Mateo Fernandez of Ecuador. Sayazwan Mohammed Noor of Malaysia and Diego Naranjo of Mexico are row 15. Krishna Raj Mahadik of India and Fabrizio Famulara of Venezuela, row 16. Felix Lingtang of Indonesia, Simoncelli of karting, he's on row 17 with Francois Quevedo of Mexico, and the grid is completed by the unlucky Ricardo Garcia of Spain. Unlucky because he had an issue in qualifying and is, well, he didn't set a practice time. He's going to have to start everything from the back. So a 7-lap race scheduled away at 10:55. That's in just under 4 minutes time. Hope you're enjoying yourselves here at Portimao. Hope you're enjoying the Algarve sunshine. So the track goes live. These are the juniors in groups C and D off on their formation lap. Another 7-lap race for juniors coming up. Thomas Preining leading them out on pole position with Stefano Van Galen joining them on the front row. Well, Thomas Preining brings these guys down to the approach speed. Stefano Van Galen joining him on the front row. Raul Hyman and Patrick Pastorak, row 2. Alvaro Artero and Parker Thompson, row 3. Berkay Besler, Eugene Denason, row 4. Yanao Esmayer, Giuliano Cucciolillo, row 5. Well, those of you here at Portimao and those of you tuned in online can see that Thomas Preining has certainly done a good job in bringing these juniors round at a very, very steady pace. The big building in the background, by the way, to those of you tuned in online, the main grandstand at the start-finish straight of the Portimao main circuit, where you have the World Superbikes, World Touring Cars. Not sure if MotoGP have also raced there. Here we go. Well, Thomas Preining converts that pole position to the lead early on, but battling his way through immediately is Raul Hyman, and Thomas Preining has rather lost out there. A good start by Stefano Van Galen. He was a lot quicker from the outside of the front row than Harry Webb in the first race, but I guess Thomas Preining is going to be wondering what on earth has happened to that advantage of starting on pole position. He was just a little bit away from the what shall we say, the rumble strip on the opening lap, and that was punished. Kart number 137, Raul Hyman clearly in the lead at the moment. Raul Hyman, I think he's followed by Alvaro Otero also there. Stefano Van Galen I can see in the mix. As they move away from us, no chance of identifying the race numbers from that angle, but certainly Raul Hyman from the United Kingdom with South African connections, taking that early advantage. The opening 3 just having pulled round a little bit. So at the end of the opening lap, Raul Hyman and Alvaro Otero are second. I hadn't identified Berkay Besler as the third place driver. Good drive by Berkay Besler, who went past Stefano Van Galen. So Berkay Besler, and a little bit of a mistake there by the driver in second place, Alvaro Otero, and that's created a big gap now in favour of Raul Hyman. All of a sudden that really close battle is no kind of a close battle at all. Berkay Besler, who I mentioned, Stefano Van Galen taking advantage of that little error. Sweeping round just out of my view of the circuit proper, so I'm relying on the TV images, but as they go away from us, the angle of the sun really prevents us seeing numbers or the colours, doesn't it? But this is Ralph Hyman, who you see on screen. Sorry, Raul Hyman, not Ralph Hyman, Raul Hyman. Let's just have a look and see if we can get his driver bio at 137 Raul Hyman. Well, having said Raul Hyman, it's a bad call by me because it was Berkay Besler again. Every time Berkay Besler makes a good move, I miss it. Apologies to all my friends from Turkey. Apologies to Berkay Besler in particular. So, 168 is Berkay Besler, who was the guy who got the advantage when that group of drivers came together. And in fact, Raul Hyman has dropped right out of the mix in 13th place. So, apologies guys. I don't get the race calls right every time. I often don't get them right, but I do my best. Stefano Van Galen has gone well for the whole of the race. He's in second place, and he started on the outside of the front row, and when the slow start by Thomas Preining was punished at the early stages by Raoul Hyman, he was the guy who stayed out of any potential contact and actually closing up a little bit in second place. That would be my view. Berkay Besler going well. Stefano Van Galen, though, under pressure from Alvaro Otero. Alvaro Otero, who I debited with the mistake when I first called that issue, thinking now it was probably Raoul Hyman's mistake. Down at the bottom of the circuit. Again, those of you tuned in online, you would have seen a brief shot of turn 1 of the big road race circuit. Well, Berkay Besler's advantage was 0.78 of a second at the end of the previous lap. I tell you this much, it's not 0.78 of a second now, and the guy on the charge is Stefano Van Galen. Stefano's just done a 62.5 as against Berkay Besler's 63.2. So the message of the screen and the message of our eyes is that Stefano Van Galen from Netherlands in second place is closing in fast on Berkay Besler. Berkay Besler coming round to start lap 5 of a 7-lap race. And there's the bid by Stefano Van Galen to take the lead. And Berkay Besler's thought about closing the door, but that may well have led to contact. And I'm going to praise Berkay Besler for that move. Yes, he's lost the lead, but he could have dived across Stefano Van Galen, and if he had have dived across, the two would have come in contact. You'd have had the same issue that you had with Harry Webb and Zachary Clement de Mello in the earlier race. So well done to Berkay Besler, disappointed at losing the lead, but still in the race in second place, and resisting the challenges of the moment of Alvaro Otero. Yanao Esmayer is going strong in fourth place there, the fourth place driver you just see going through on screen in front of Thomas Preining, regaining the places that were lost at the start, and your sixth place driver Parker Thompson. These six clear of the rest of the field as we come round to start lap 6 of 7. And a driving standards flag being given, but I'm not in a position to tell you who that's going to. And there goes the move by our third place driver, and it's got Thomas Preining into second place. So Thomas Preining, who threw away that big advantage of the pole position with that slightly laboured start, has got himself pretty much towards the front of this one now. In fact, as they come back into my view on the circuit, which I'm trying to look to rather than the television screen, Thomas Preining definitely getting himself right to the fore. So really, if we debit Thomas Preining with that disappointing start, we've got to credit him with the way that he's fought back. I think he's in third place. Stefano Van Galen, Berkay Besler, Alvaro Otero is also there, so is Yanao Esmayer. So we're coming round to start the final lap. Here we go, 168 Berkay Besler. And as I take my eye off the ball, that's Alvaro Otero going into the lead. Alvaro Otero and Thomas Preining also going through, so Berkay Besler, for the second time in the race, finding himself in the lead and finding himself lose that lead, but still in touch in third place. Stefano Van Galen isn't completely out of it. Don't really see Yanao Esmayer winning the race from here. Well, Berkay Besler putting on the pressure, so is Alvaro Otero. Thomas Preining maybe just a little bit more detached. Sweeping into this slower part of the circuit, and the leader's changed, and is that Berkay Besler getting it back? So, coming round to take the checkered flag, and the victory goes to 176. Stefano Van Galen over Berkay Besler. So Stefano Van Galen, having got himself to the front and then got himself wriggled back a little bit, takes the victory. Berkay Besler in second place, Alvaro Otero in third. Dutchman Lars Lamberel did well to come through from fourth, Raoul Hyman, after that disaster early on, fought back for 5th. Parker Thompson 6th. Juan Manuel Correa 7. Thomas Preining in 8th place after running in 1st, in running in 2nd, in running in 3rd. Fell away on those last 2 laps. James Golding, Australia, was 9th. But Giuliano Cucciolillo of Switzerland, good drive to finish in 10th place. For the girls, Ashley Rajero was 19th. Jessica Backman was 25th. Well, our next race is for the seniors in Groups A and B. On pole position is Pierce Lehane of Australia, and we've got a message for the pole position man. Pierce Lehane on pole position. Happy birthday, mate. Happy birthday. Pierce Lehane, your pole position man, 17 today. It's his birthday. Good luck to you, mate. Good luck on your birthday. Well, the first of the senior races over 11 laps will see Pierce Lehane of Australia on pole position on his 17th birthday, joined by British driver James Singleton from Wales in the west of the United Kingdom. Jordi van Moorsel of Netherlands is on row 2 with Ferenc Kankshar of Hungary. João Correa of Portugal and Phil De Leo, USA, are row 3. Willem Jan de Loos of Holland, Edward Brand, United Kingdom, row 4. Peter Betzel, Czech Republic, and Thomas Brantinson of Norway, row 5. Louis Pagano, USA, Sean Babington, UK, row 6. Chad McIver, South Africa, Pascal Posch of Switzerland, row 7. Franco Crivelli of Argentina, Joseph Mawson of Australia, row 8. Claudia Pagliarani of Italy, and Maxio Roeta of Chile, row 9. And the top 20 completed by Michael Kuhl of Belgium and Georgi Tagchov of Bulgaria. They're row 10. Yoshito Matsumoto of Japan is on row 11 with Luis Silva of Portugal, Yuri Alves of Brazil, and Jesper Magnusson of Sweden, row 12. Alexis Araujo of Spain and Eugenio Montemayor of Mexico, row 13. Juan Diego Alzate of Colombia and Daniel Rochford of Australia, row 14. Abdullah Al-Rawahi of the United Arab Emirates shares row 15 with Shane Daly of Ireland. Stephen Ballering of Spain shares row 16 with Paul Stanley from Bahrain. Marcin Kopkowski of Poland and Dmitry Kitayo of Belarus are row 17. Alexander Serenko of Russia and Antti Olikainen of Finland complete the grid on row 18. We're scheduled away in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go, guys. 5 to go.
Sent me a mail yesterday from Mexico. Yes, and he say, I see you in the track in Portugal.
Next time smile.
Next time smile, yes. I received a mail last night. I see you on the track in Portugal. What are you doing there? Working. It's nice to be here. I love it. Hey, where is the next?
You've got one of each.
Yes, I have Nikon and Canon. I prefer Nikon.
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah, I've tried both as well. They're both good. Nothing wrong with either one.
I've been in Austin
Yeah.
2 weeks ago in Formula One,
Yeah.
and I've used Nikon, the 600, with this ones for focus. Have you used Nikon?
This one's only.
Those of you tuned in online, we were just looking at KART 271. That was the local driver, João Correia of Portugal. João Correia starting on the inside of row 3. 277 that you see there is Willem Jan de Loos of Netherlands. So the karts roll on to the circuit for their warm-up lap, their formation lap. Piers Lehane on his 17th birthday, leading the guys out. Big hi to all my good friends in Australia tuned in. Piers on his 17th birthday. Piers Lehane and James Singleton of the front row. Jordi van Moorsel and Ferenc Kanksar row 2. Joao Correa and Phil DeLeo row 3. Willem Jan de Loos and Ed Brand row 4. Row 5 is Peter Betzel and Thomas Brinterson. That's a nice clean start, and Piers Lehane goes into the lead from Jordi van Moorsel. James Singleton from the outside of the front row, deciding no heroics, just slotting it into third place. And as I read that at the bottom of the circuit, that's Piers Lehane, Jordi van Moorsel and James Singleton. Good start by Joao Correa, the Portuguese driver. Ferenc Kanksar in 5th or 6th place, I do believe. Coming round to the infield, hairpin, 241 from 275, Piers Lehane from Jordi van Moorsel. James Singleton is kart 261, if you can pick that number up from your screen. But the front two just pulling away a little bit, and well, Piers Lehane caught napping a little bit on the opening lap, because Jordi van Moorsel has taken the lead. Jordi van Moorsel, when nothing appeared to be on, the Dutchman has taken the lead. Jordi van Moorsel leads as we swing round to the close of the opening lap. Jordi van Moorsel, Piers Lehane and James Singleton. And James Singleton bidding to go past. And Jordi van Moorsel's got a problem, dropping down to 4th place. James Singleton now in the lead. Piers Lehane in 2nd place. And it looked to me as if Jordi van Moorsel had something of a kart problem there momentarily, because there was no explanation otherwise why he lost those places. Fallen back a long way. Kart number 241, Piers Lehane. Kart number 261, James Singleton. Well, a little bit hard to explain how that happened. Fighting back though now, Jordi van Moorsel showing us what he's made of. The guy who won the Rotax title in juniors when Martin Rump was disqualified, although later, after legal decisions, Martin Rump was reinstated. 241, your race leader, is Piers Lehane. 261 is James Singleton. 275 is Jordi van Moorsel. But whereas a lap ago we had a really close battle between these guys, they've got themselves well spread now. Piers Lehane, having started from pole position and having lost the lead to Jordi van Moorsel, saw James Singleton go past Jordi van Moorsel, took his opportunity to go past with the Welshman, and then Piers Lehane going past James Singleton into the position that he is now. Piers Lehane is kart number 241, holds a 6-length lead over James Singleton. James Singleton's advantage over Jordi van Moorsel is a little bit more. Ferenc Kanksar in 4th place was the other guy I called in the early commentary. He's running 4th at present. Joao Correa, who I called earlier in the commentary, in 5th place and completing the top 5 therefore. But he's under pressure because that's Willem Jan de Loos who's getting close to him in 6th place, and Willem-Jan de Loos of Netherlands goes up from 6th to 5th. Willem-Jan de Loos of Netherlands goes 6th. That relegates João Carreira of Portugal into 6th place. Well, Piers Lehane had an early birthday present, which was to start his first race on pole position. An early setback when Jordi van Moorsel went past, but right now we're only on lap 4 of 11. But if you wanted to swap places with any one driver in the race, it'd be Piers Lehane. You'd be thinking of relieving from his position. Well, now Jordi van Moorsel getting a lot closer to James Singleton. This is Piers Lehane coming onto the home straight to start lap 5. He had a margin of a full second there. James Singleton in 2nd place. Jordi van Moorsel in 3rd place, and Jordi van Moorsel bidding to go 2nd and goes 2nd. Jordi van Moorsel goes 2nd. So the Dutchman back into 2nd place, but James Singleton immediately fights back. James Singleton immediately fighting back. Well, this means that there's a really big cushion now available to Piers Lehane, because his margin is about 25 lengths. 2.75 in 2nd place is Jordi van Moorsel. James Singleton, who has gone into 2nd place 3 times in this race so far, still in 3rd place. Piers Lehane 1, Jordi van Moorsel 2, James Singleton 3, but James Singleton putting the pressure once again on the Dutchman in front of him. Ferenc Kankshar, the tall Hungarian, getting a little bit closer in 4th place, but then quite a gap to João Carreira 5th. He's gone back in front of Willem-Jan de Loos of Holland, still running 6th. Matsumoto, Japan 7th, Ed Brand of England 8th, Alexis Araujo of Spain 9, and Phil De Leo of the United States completing the top 10. Just looking for some big names down the field. Well, a big surprise to see Daniel Rochford in 33rd place, and I think we've lost Sean Babington. We've lost the European champion. The European champion and British champion Sean Babington had a stunning year in the domestic season, the European Euromax season, but he's not come round to complete lap 5, so Sean Babington, the Euro champion, is out. James Singleton then, while I was looking at the details of Sean Babington, moving up into 2nd place, and this is the 4th time that James Singleton has been into 2nd place. Race leader Piers Lehane has a lead now of 2.19 seconds, and Jordi van Moorsel bidding to go 2nd and does go 2nd again. So James Singleton, for the 4th time in the race, loses 2nd place, and this time he's got Ferenc Kankshar behind him in 4th place, looking very menacing indeed. Piers Lehane out on his own in the front, but a good scrap by these Europeans behind him. Jordi van Moorsel is the Dutchman, James Singleton is the Welshman, Ferenc Kankshar is the Hungarian, as frustratingly they go out of my view. And James Singleton getting back into 2nd place. Is that? No, it isn't. It's Ferenc Kankshar going into 3rd. Ferenc Kankshar into 3rd place. Ferenc Kankshar raced out of Austria for the last 3 seasons, racing now for his native Hungary. James Singleton in 4th place, trying to fight back from the loss of that position. And James Singleton, I think, does regain the place. Yes, he does. Well, again, it's one of my blank spots on the circuit, and it's Ferenc Kankshar in 2nd place as they emerge. So what I thought was James Singleton regaining the place, it turned out to be Ferenc Kankshar going into 2nd place. This has been a good drive by Ferenc Kankshar. 2nd place now. Piers Lehane, however, still in this comfortable lead. We're on lap 8 in an 11-lap senior race. Well, just looking elsewhere on the circuit and looking at the timing screen, the other big surprise besides Daniel Rochford that I mentioned A little bit of a surprise to see another Australian, Joseph Mawson, down in 19th place. So the Aussies doing well at the front, Piers Lehane, but Joseph Mawson and Daniel Rochford, I'm afraid, not going nearly so well. Well, Piers Lehane, who's been on the podium in a Rotax Grand Final previously, that was in the junior class. One of the things I often say in commentary, one of the things I often say in writing in the karting press, a good measure of how a driver is in world-class terms is how does he make the transition from junior to senior. Well, in the case of Piers Lehane, he makes it very comfortably. Not just because he's leading this race, but overall he's had an extremely good transition. Certainly got 2.5 seconds lead, 2.6 seconds I think the advantage for Piers Lehane, and a driving standards flag for kart 252 I do believe. Well, kart number 252 picking up the driving standards flag is Antti Ollikainen. He's way down the field in 34th place, and to add insult to injury, he gets a driving standards flag. This is lap 10 of an 11-lap race. Some good dicing downfield, but not able to identify those. They're in the teens and the lower order of the top 20, but some good racing. Piers Lehane on lap 10 continues to hold an advantage of 2.5 seconds. Ferenc Kankshaw pulled a little bit clearer of Jordi van Moorsel and James Singleton, who were having their own battle. That's Ed Brand you see in 5th place, because it's Joao Correa who dropped out of the top 5 when we last called them. So for the Brits, a Welshman in 4th place, an Englishman in 5th place, just those 2 Brits in the top 5, and our British champion and the Rotax Euro Challenge champion Sean Babington. I'm going to say in Sean Babington's defence, he's had a very torrid time in the preliminaries. It's the luck of the draw when you ballot for the kart, and well, shall we simply say that Sean Babington hasn't been the luckiest guy. It's the start of the last lap, and Ferenc Kankshaw is closer to Piers Lehane than anybody has been for quite a few laps, but 2.3 seconds with 3/4 of a lap remaining. Sounds like the birthday boy is going to be coming home in the lead on this one. A victory on your birthday, that would go down nicely, wouldn't it? Ferenc Kankshaw just being threatened a little bit by Jordi van Moorsel, but I don't think the Dutchman's going to be able to get a serious challenge in. James Singleton under a little bit of pressure by Ed Brand. It is possible that Ed might have made a late burst, but hey, let's call the winner home. On his birthday, Piers Lehane wins it. Piers Lehane wins by a handsome margin from Ferenc Kankshaw 2nd, Jordi van Moorsel 3rd, James Singleton 4th, Ed Brand 5th, Joao Correa 6th, Yoshito Matsumoto 7, Georgi Takchov 8, Willem Jandeloos 9, and it was Alexis Araujo of Spain who completed the top 10. Sadly, the American driver Phil DeLeo just missed out on the top 10. He finished 11th. In mentioning the American drivers, I'm going to say hi to my good friend Mr. Gary Lobar, back home in the USA. Couldn't travel to Portimao as a little bit of a physical problem, a trapped nerve which would have prevented a long-haul flight. Well, Gary, sorry you're not with us, but Phil DeLeo just had a good drive into 11th place. Louis Pagano was in 25th place. But the winner, Piers Lehane, 2nd Ferenc Kankshaw, 3rd Jordi van Moorsel. Well, confirmation of our result. Piers Lehane on his 17th birthday. The winner from Ferenc Kankshire in second place. Jordi van Moorsel third. The two Brits, James Singleton from Wales fourth. Ed Brand from England fifth. Local driver Joao Correa sixth. The Portuguese Yoshito Matsumoto of Japan 7, Georgi Takchov, Bulgaria 8, Willem Jandeloos of Netherlands 9, and Alexis Araujo of Spain completing the top 10. So 2 minutes to go to our next race, and our next race is the seniors in Group C and D. In Group C and D we shall have the French double champion Alexandre Finkelstein on pole position. He will line up with Britain's Harrison Scott on the front row. Ukyo Sasahara and Jesse Lazar, row 2. Philip Morin and Charlie Eastwood, row 3. Xavier Pozzoli and Pedro Paixão, row 4. Ollie Hodgson and Arvo Talvar are row 5. Nikolai Nielsen and Francisco Morrow, row 6. Sam Beasley and Moritz Oberheim, row 7. The American champion Danny Formal alongside New Zealand's Daniel Kinsman on row 8. Marek Kromi of Slovakia and Domen Horvat on Slovenia, row 9. Sena Noor of Indonesia and Bryce Choker of Canada complete the top 20 on row 10. It will be an 11-lap race. Alex Finkelstein and Harrison Scott are the front row. Ukyo Sasahara and Jesse Lazar, row 2. That's France and the UK, Japan and Canada. Third row, Sweden's Philip Morin, Northern Ireland's Charlie Eastwood. Here we go. And that looks like an aborted start. Drivers putting their hands in the air. That is not a start. We are not racing. We have an aborted start. Aborted start. I'm learning that the reason for the aborted start, the approach speed was too fast. The approach speed too quick. And Finkelstein does have the lead from pole position, but a very good start by Harrison Scott in the outside of the front row, although Ukyo Sasahara of Japan has wriggled through into second place. My read of that is Alexandra Finkelstein 1, Ukyo Sasahara 2 and Harrison Scott in third place. A little bit of a gap between Ukyo Sasahara and Harrison Scott, the first two pulling away somewhat, and Ukyo Sasahara really piling the pressure on the French champion. Alexandra Finkelstein, just managing to close the door on Ukyo Sasahara, but this is serious business by the Japanese teenager right from the start. Ukyo Sasahara is in the darker racing suit, the white and green racing suit of Alexandra Finkelstein in the lead. Well, Sasahara not in a position to make a challenge on the final turn, so Finkelstein will lead after the opening lap and does so. Finkelstein 1, Ukyo Sasahara 2, Harrison Scott 3. And Sasahara thinks better of making a potential bid for the lead there. I hesitate to take my eyes off the circuit because I just sense that Sasahara, who you can see there in that dark race suit, is from Japan, but he's been based in Europe this year, Austria, and with Team VPD, and explaining to me that he feels that he's gained so much from being based in Europe. Alexandra Finkelstein, the champion in 2012, the champion in 2011. That's the champion of France, of course. Harrison Scott now getting a lot closer to these two. That front-running three that you can see in shot now on our television screen. Harrison Scott joining the front two. Alexandra Finkelstein leads. Ukyo Sasahara second. Harrison Scott third. And there goes a move into the lead by Ukyo Sasahara, but he's not been able to make it stick. And Harrison Scott has picked up some pieces. And Alexandra Finkelstein also managing to repair the damage to some extent. So Ukyo Sasahara continuing in second place. Philip Morin is the guy in fourth place who I've not mentioned in commentary, although has he just been passed by Jesse Lazar? I think he has. Jesse Lazar getting himself in the mix there. Ollie Hodgson 6, Charlie Eastwood 7, Sam Beasley 8, Pedro Pikeshow 9, and Nikolai Nielsen of Denmark completing the top 10. Just outside the top 10 is the American champion, Danny Formal. Danny Formal, who lives in Florida, USA, but with strong Costa Rica connections. Well, interesting, because Harrison Scott and Alexandra Finkelstein are the bread between the Sasahara sandwich, if you will. Harrison Scott, the first piece of bread, Sasahara, the filling, and Alexandra Finkelstein, the second piece of bread, behind Jesse Lazar fourth and Philip Morin fifth. Ukyo Sasahara was putting plenty of threats on Alexandra Finkelstein when he was in second place previously, not able to get quite the same challenge on Harrison Scott. Harrison Scott, who had a very good year in Europe, was on the championship podium in the Rotax Euro Challenge. Very unpresuming young man, both of these teenagers, Harrison Scott and Ukyo Sasahara, both of them very nice guys to talk to. Alexandra Finkelstein, a little bit older, in his early 20s, usually has a smile. Alexandra Finkelstein is never far away from a smile when you're talking to him. This is coming round to start lap 5. Harrison Scott leads, Ukyo Sasahara close, looking as if he wants to make a challenge but doesn't. Alexandra Finkelstein still third, Jesse Lazar still fourth, Philip Morin still fifth, and these 5 well clear, well no, not well clear of the rest of the field, just a little bit clear of Charlie Eastwood in 6th place. Charlie Eastwood in 6th place and Oliver Hodgson. Now have they traded places? That's a good dice. A good dice, 6th and 7th. Oliver Hodgson and Charlie Eastwood, if I've read that correctly. Charlie Eastwood from Nuts Corner in Ireland, County Antrim. Well, Alexandra Finkelstein has wriggled his way through Ukyo Sasahara's defence and gone into 2nd place. So those of you looking on screen now, this is Harrison Scott 1, Alexandra Finkelstein 2, Ukyo Sasahara 3, and Finkelstein bidding to go in the lead and gets into the lead. Finkelstein in the lead and Sasahara follows him through. So now it's as you were a couple of laps ago, because it's Alexandra Finkelstein in the lead, Ukyo Sasahara 2nd, and Harrison Scott back into 3rd place. Jesse Lazar, Philip Morin, Charlie Eastwood are the drivers behind those 3, as Alexandra Finkelstein puts a kart length between himself and the Japanese teenager. Finkelstein back in the lead. Coming round to the tightest hairpin on the circuit, a very slow hairpin, and we start the climb now up the long drag. It's climbing all the way now to the edge of the home straight, turning right onto the home straight, and this is for the completion of lap 6. We're starting lap 7. And Sasahara bids to go in the lead and goes through in the lead. Harrison Scott now 2nd, Philip Morin 3rd, and Alex Finkelstein, I think, drops to 4th. Well, apologies to those of you online that just catch me coughing every now and again after a bit of a shout. Apologies, I really don't like doing that. Couldn't find my mute button quickly enough. Ukyo Sasahara holding the key to this one. And losing the lead, Ukyo Sasahara, who was in the lead, loses it again. And this is now a really, really strong race. At the start of lap 8, they went over with Harrison Scott 1, Ukyo Sasahara 2, Philip Morin 3, Alex Finkelstein 4, and in 5th place, Ollie Hodgson. And those 5 have pulled a little bit clear of Jesse Lazar and Charlie Eastwood. But hey, this is anybody's race. This is lap 8 of an 11-lap race for the seniors. Our best race of the day in terms of the drivers at the front and the number of lead changes. or changes in the top three, perhaps we should say. Philip Morin looking strong, isn't he? Philip Morin probably looking as strong as anybody in the top half dozen. But Ukyo Sasahara, the battling Japanese driver I mentioned early on, based now in Austria in Europe, certainly in his opinion, coming to be based in Europe has improved him as a driver. And that's improving as a driver after having won 2 Rotax World Challengers. Harrison Scott, once again, under pressure from Ukyo Sasahara, and Philip Morin loses a place. Philip Morin goes back to 4th because Oliver Hodgson has gone past him. Oliver Hodgson then moving up a place. That relegates Alex Finkelstein, I think, to 5th, which is the lowest that Alex Finkelstein's been in the whole race. Harrison Scott, a narrow lead. Oh, and Ukyo Sasahara sweeps into the lead on lap 9. Sasahara goes into the lead and kicks away a little bit because there's a couple of kart lengths between him. Oh, and Harrison Scott got himself a little bit out-muscled there and drops another place to 3rd place. That will be to Philip Morin. So, coming on to the home straight, to see that there are 2 to go, 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Ukyo Sasahara, Ollie Hodgson, Harrison Scott are the 1, 2, 3. Philip Morin 4th, Charlie Eastwood 5, Jesse Lazar 6, and Alex Finkelstein falling now. 7th, Nikolai Nielsen 8th, Pedro Paixão 9th, and Danny Formal and Sam Beasley put USA drivers 10th and 11th. Well, Ukyo Sasahara in this narrow lead from Ollie Hodgson, and Ollie Hodgson looking very... Oh, and a little bit of contact there. I think Ollie Hodgson got a little bit close to Ukyo Sasahara, but it was Oliver Hodgson who came off worse because there's definitely an extra kart length between them now after that little moment. Ukyo Sasahara leads, and in fact Oliver Hodgson has lost a place to Harrison Scott. Harrison Scott... So, last lap. Ukyo Sasahara, Ollie Hodgson in the lead. Harrison Scott 2nd, Ukyo Sasahara 3rd. Once again, a misread by me. It was Ollie Hodgson who took the lead, not Sasahara. Philip Morin 4th, Charlie Eastwood 5th. I think what I was actually doing was contradicting myself rather than making the missed call. But either way, apologies. So, Oliver Hodgson into the lead at a very handy time. There's just 3/4 of a lap remaining. Harrison Scott, who's driven a good race across all 11 laps, going well. Ukyo Sasahara, a 3rd place finish in the opening heat would be a good start, but he'll feel disappointed. He's run 2nd for a long time. He's looking to get 2nd place back now. Ollie Hodgson. 2 right-hand turns to go. There's the first of them. Ukyo Sasahara trying to come round, but Ollie Hodgson's going to win it. And the checkered flag received by Oliver Hodgson. In 2nd place, Harrison Scott. 3rd, Ukyo Sasahara. 4th, Charlie Eastwood. Didn't spot Charlie Eastwood go past Philip Morin. Morin 5th. Jesse Lazar 6th. Alex Finkelstein 7. Nikolai Nielsen 8. Pedro Paixão 9. And Danny Formal completing the top 10. DD2 Masters Groups A and B coming out next, and Argentina's Henry Martin will start on pole position. Florent Lambert from the UK will join him on the front row. Hamish Layton of Australia and Scott Campbell of Canada are row 2. David Griffiths, UK, Fernando Guzzi of Brazil, row 3. Alan Rudolph, USA, and Charlie Hip of France, row 4. Colin Davis, UK, Harry Salmon in Finland, row 5. Carlos Medina of Mexico is on row 6. Nicky Irwin of New Zealand in the all-hand operated KART 458 are row 6. Stuart Clark, Canada, Johnny Blair, USA are in North American row 7. Saulius Posavicius of Lithuania and John van Veek of South Africa, row 8. Ricky Tanioka of Japan and Aldo Salas of Chile, row 9. Morgan Hip of France, Jerry Hargitay of Hungary complete the top 20 on row 10. Morgan Hip of France and Charlie Hip of France are cousins.
A kad imaš nekog koji će ga šivat se zadat, kuda će ovako sad pretekne sajnski. To je kančar izveo. To je lijepo bilo, onaj ga šukne, on uspjene preteknut, a ovaj ništa, ovaj ostane kod tukac. A što je dobro jaje?
There's the green flag. Here we go on to our formation lap. These are the DD2 Masters in groups A and B, led by Henry Martin of Argentina and Florent Lambert of the United Kingdom. And Henry Martin is not so quickly away, and in fact it's an aborted start, My thanks to Jill for pointing out that's an aborted start. The start was aborted because the approach was too spread. They were too spread out. They were not sufficiently closely aligned. Well, we try again. Henry Martin on pole position, Florent Lambert in the lighter coloured race suit on the outside of the front row. Scott Campbell on the outside of row 2, making his 9th appearance in the Rotax Grand Finals, a record. Well, they're not very grouped on this one, but I think it's a start now. It is another aborted start, another aborted start. The drivers that should be the most experienced, the DD2 Masters, getting it wrong at the start. Well, to those of you tuned in online, wherever you are in the world, do you have that little expression, third time lucky? We sometimes say that in English. In England. Are we third time lucky this time? Well, Florent Lambert has got a much better start from the outside of the front row, and yet he's not crossed over to defend it. So Henry Martin getting a shot, but it is Florent Lambert who emerges in the lead. Florent Lambert, who in the studio discussion the other evening I suggested might not be the world champion at the end of this experience. Well, he knows how to tell me that I know nothing about what I'm talking about. Florent Lambert is our early leader. KART 436 in second place, I think. Henry Martin looking for Hamish Campbell. Yes, Hamish is there, and Scott Campbell also in the early mix. But Florent Lambert sweeping away round this tightest of the hairpins. Well, Florent Lambert having made that start from the outside of the front row. Didn't look to chop across, but it's certainly been an effective opening lap. He leads from KART 436, which is Henry Martin, the pole man, but Henry Martin getting closer now, and Martin bids to take the lead and does. Henry Martin of Argentina takes the lead. Henry Martin of Argentina, slow away from pole position, now is in the lead from Florent Lambert second and Scott Campbell third. I didn't spot Alan Rudolph there, but that's the American in fourth place. To my good friends in the United States tuned in online, Alan Rudolph looking solid. The front running four are well clear. Well, I'll say well clear, or definitely clear of the fifth, sixth guys. Alan Rudolph in front of fifth place David Griffiths, sixth is Hamish Layton, Stuart Clark Canada seventh, Fernando Guzzi of Brazil eighth, Carlos Medina Mexico ninth, and Saulius Posavicius of Lithuania completing the top 10. Well, good race between these DD2 Masters. 4-3-8 in the lead is Henry Martin, Florent Lambert second, Scott Campbell third, and Scott Campbell goes past Florent Lambert. Scott Campbell, I think, goes into second place. Yes, he does. Scott Campbell is in second place, and Florent Lambert is under pressure from Alan Rudolph. This is lap 3 of an 11-lap heat. Henry Martin just trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and the chasing pack. Scott Campbell second. Scott Campbell, a former champion, making his 9th appearance, as I've said previously. 9 of 13. Florent Lambert third, Alan Rudolph fourth, as we come round towards the end of the 3rd lap. Driving standards flag being shown. I'll try to identify who. No, I won't. I'll try to tell you who's in the lead, because Scott Campbell takes the lead. But Henry Martin fighting back, but Scott Campbell making that count. Florent Lambert still 3rd, Alan Rudolph still 4th, David Griffiths still 5th. Florent Lambert back into 2nd place now. And I'm not able to identify the guy picking up the driving standards flag, but Scott Campbell not only in the lead, but pulling away a little bit, because with Florent Lambert having gone past Henry Martin, that takes a little bit of pressure off the Canadian. Up the hill now, a lot slower, and Florent Lambert sticking close too. Oh, and changes in 6th, 5th and 4th. That's Stuart Clark, David Griffiths and Alan Rudolph trading places. So, let me give you the call over. Scott Campbell 1, Florent Lambert 2, David Griffiths 3, Fernando Guzzi 4, Stuart Clark 5, Hamish Leighton 6, Harry Salminen 7, Carlos Medina 8, Charlie Hip 9 and Colin Davis 10. Well, there was some significant changes there, and I have to say, in the final analysis, Scott Campbell and Florent Lambert are the winners, because they've pulled away. David Griffiths has got a massive gap in kart 422 between himself and the 4th place driver, and 5th to 4th, that's Stuart Clark of Canada going up from 5th to 4th. Stuart Clark going past Fernando Guzzi. Henry Martin, whatever disaster it was a big one, because he went through in 30th place. So the driver that started on pole position found himself in 30th place at the end of lap 4. Moving on to lap 6 now, Scott Campbell, Florent Lambert and David Griffiths. And Florent Lambert looking a little bit threatening. Well, Scott Campbell's had a relatively easy passage at the front since he made it to the front of the race. Oh, a little bit sideways there by Scott. And Florent Lambert definitely taking closer order, driving a really good race. Florent Lambert, who has worked hard on his game in the last 3 years or so. His move to Tatum Racing in international competition has paid dividends, and I would go pretty much along the lines that this is the best form I've ever seen Florent Lambert in. David Griffiths is really only an occasional racer these days, and to be running 3rd in this particular quality of field says immense amount. Scott Campbell 1, Florent Lambert 2, David Griffiths 3, and then that long gap to Fernando Guzzi 4, Hamish Leighton 5, Stuart Clark 6, Harry Salminen 7, Carlos Medina 8, Charlie Hip 9 and Colin Davis 10. And hey, in 11th place it's Nicky Irwin of New Zealand. Nicky Irwin, the driver who doesn't have the use of his legs, drives an all-hand operated machine. Well, he drives it fast and he drives it well, and he's driven it to the edge of the top 10 in this one. Alan Rudolph, who was running 4th at one stage, has fallen away 17th now. I think he perhaps had some involvement when Henry Martin went back. Didn't see the incident, I just saw the screen showing their absence. Moritz Nopjes getting forward progress for the UAE. Very hard to know where I can serve you best, whether it's looking at the timing screen, the track or the television images, but whatever, I'm trying to bring you as much information as helps you enjoy the race. And David Griffiths getting closer to Florent Lambert. David Griffiths getting a lot closer to Florent Lambert Griffiths third, Lombert second, and both of them not that far behind Scott Campbell. If Scott Campbell was to make an error, both Florent Lombert and David Griffiths in a position to punish it. These are the three you see on screen, those of you tuned in online. The blue racing suit in third place is David Griffiths. The white racing suit in second place is Florent Lombert. The dark colours with the red flashings in the lead, it's Scott Campbell. Lovely sunny day here at Portimao, so as we look onto the circuit and as you look at your TV pictures, it's not easy to see quite how vivid these colours are. So this is the end of lap 8, we're starting lap 9. This is the 9th lap, 3 to go. Scott Campbell had a lead of 0.27 of a second over Florent Lombert, but Florent Lombert has a much narrower gap now between himself and David Griffiths, although at the end of the previous lap, David Griffiths, I think, had just fallen away a little bit from Flo, but he's closed all of that gap up now. They're well clear of the 4th place drivers. Again, what do I do to serve you best? Do I just keep my eyes on the front 3? That's basically what I'm doing. They're the ones in shot presently. Scott Campbell, your race leader. You see from the caption on the screen, SRA Karting International, his team. And Scott Campbell, a champion at this level, and he knows a little bit about the Rotax Grand Finals. Nobody's driven in more. So, sweeping round to complete another lap. Scott Campbell leads. Florent Lombert looking to go in the lead, but thinking better of it. Florent Lombert moving out for a potential peep, but deciding he couldn't execute it. But the good news for Florent Lombert, he didn't lose his 2nd place, and he didn't lose any ground to David Griffiths either. So it was a good challenge by Florent Lombert, and Florent now looking closer than ever to Scott Campbell. Oh, and again, Florent Lombert looking for a squeeze through on the inside. Didn't work, but maybe has just lost a little bit of ground to Scott Campbell and allowed Dave Griffiths to close up a little bit. You see on our television screen how these 3 are so far clear of the 4th, 5th and 6th drivers. They just went through to your left moments ago. This is Scott Campbell climbing up the hill onto the home straight for the 10th time. So last lap, 1 to go. Scott Campbell leads, Florent Lombert 2nd, Dave Griffith 3rd. Florent Lombert, well, is a wily old character, is Florent Lombert, the commodities trader in the City of London. He was telling me about your balance risks. You take the least risk option to give you the greater reward. Would he be happy to finish this one in 2nd place at the end of 11 laps? Or does he feel he's got to get the race victory because it's potentially in his grasp? Scott Campbell has just a quarter of a lap remaining. That's the tightest hairpin on the circuit. Florent Lombert still very close at hand. Dave Griffiths has dropped off now and will only finish in 3rd place. The driver in the blue race suit to the left of your screen. Here's the checkered flag, and victory goes to Scott Campbell. Scott Campbell wins it. Florent Lombert in 2nd place. 3rd place is David Griffiths. 4th is Stuart Clark. 5th is Hamish Layton. 6th Harry Salmonen. 7th Charlie Hipp. 8th Fernando Guzzi. 9th Carlos Medina, and 10th Colin Davis.
Another exciting race there in the DD2 Masters, the first heat. A
Scott Campbell taking the win, and Florent Lambert, who was quick yesterday in qualifying, in second place. Third, David Griffiths, another driver from Great Britain, and Stuart Clark in fourth, also Scott Campbell's teammate from Canada. In fifth place, Hamish Leeton, and of course Hamish is from Australia. Right behind him, Harry Salmonen, and Charlie Hipp coming in seventh. In eighth place, Fernando Guzzi. Ninth, Carlos Medina, and Colin Davis, a former world #1, rounding out the top 10. So another fantastic race, and we're getting ready now for the next DD2 heat, second heat of the day for the DD2. Of course, anyone sitting at home watching on the internet, lucky enough to be out of the wind, can catch our live studio as well this afternoon at 5:30. We'll be talking about the future of karting with a few prominent people from the paddock here, manufacturer who's leading the way in karting, as well as the bit of a crossover, the media representative, and also one of our organisers. Getting ready now for the next race. So let's see who's on the front row. Guy Panzart lines up on position #1, grid 1. Right beside him, Cristiano Morgado, last year's DD2 Masters champion. On the second row, Martin Pierce, and of course our Russian driver Igor Mukin on grid 4. On the third row, Mika Salo, namesake of another famous driver that we know, and of course Guillaume Berthaud coming in on grid 6. Christophe Adams will start on position 7 from Belgium, and beside him Luc Cyril. Now of course on the fifth row, top 10 as they go out onto the track, Giancarlo Gavet and Dennis Cruz. So we get set for another good one.
Yes, Jenny, some very good drivers in this one, as you point out, world champions at this level. Cristiano Morgado, he starts on the front row. Martin Pierce on row 2. Luc Soriol on row 4. Dennis Kroos on row 5. Jesus Perez Santander on row 6. Every one of them a world #1 at this level. Guy Pansart is on pole position, joined on the front row by Cristiano Morgado. Do we get away with a first timer? We're looking for one. Well, Guy Pansart jumps into the lead, but Cristiano Morgado trying to hold on to a second place and is not able to do so, and is hung out to dry a little bit because Martin Pierce has gone through in second place, the former Brit. Can't say a former Brit, can you? Can't really say that. The guy who was born in England now lives and works in Ireland and races on an Irish licence, also has an Irish passport. Martin Pierce's father, a former world stock kart champion. And Cristiano Morgado goes from third to second, but Martin Pierce immediately fighting back, and Chris Morgado having to do it all again. Well, all of this has helped Guy Pansart, because a trade of places for second and third, followed by a repeat, helps the front runner. But now this time, well, no, they're doing it again. Chris Morgado absolutely side by side with Martin Pierce, and the two of them having a really good dice, but Guy Pansart, the Frenchman, as a result, well clear. Guy Pansart 1, Cristiano Morgado 2, and in fact Martin Pierce and Cristiano Morgado was split by the Russian Igor Mukin. Luc Soriol up to 5th place and Miko Sala to 6th. Guy Pansart's lead at the end of that lap, the opening lap, was 1.1 seconds, and I take nothing away from Guy Pansart. He's a great driver, but he was certainly aided by the number of changes into second place, third place, second, third, with particularly Chris Magado and Martin Pearce trading places. Igor Mukin now getting into the mix. In fact, Igor Mukin looking as if he'd be seriously interested in going second. Coming out onto the home straight to conclude lap 2 of an 11-lap race. Guy Pansar's lead was 1.1 seconds, it's now 1.2 seconds, and Magado goes second. Cristiano Magado goes up into second place, and I think Igor Mukin has gone through past Martin Pearce. There's certainly been a trade of places there, but Guy Pansar in the lead, Cristiano Magado now in second place, and that third place being disputed between Igor Mukin and Martin Pearce, I do believe. Let's see if we can give you a better, more accurate call. It is Igor Mukin, and Martin Pearce about to lose another place. Loses fourth place to Mikko Sala. So Martin Pearce now going down from fourth place to fifth place. I said Mikko Sala, might have been Luke Soriol. Forgive me, not always easy to identify with complete accuracy. Guy Pansart's lead was 1 1/4 seconds, but Cristiano Magado looks as if he's going a bit quicker. The lead was 1 1/4 seconds, it's 1.32, but Cristiano Magado, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, 60.649, 1 minute 0.649 by Cristiano Magado, and that included a passing move. So your fastest driver on the circuit is Cristiano Magado. Guy Pansart, however, still in a comfortable lead. And when I say that Cristiano Magado was the quickest on the circuit, Guy Pansart wasn't hanging about either on that last lap. He did his fastest lap, 1 minute 0.654. Chris Magado was 5/1000ths of a second quicker at 1 minute 0.649. Well clear of the rest of them in terms of fast laps, Guy Pansart and Cristiano Magado. That, of course, doesn't always equate to finishing 1 and 2 in a race, but right now they've got themselves in a comfortable position. This is only lap 4 of an 11-lap race, but they're in the box seat, so to speak. Now, Cristiano Magado has, in my opinion, and I've told him this previously, I've said it in commentary previously, one of the most distinctive driving styles in karting. On the home straight then, to avoid the wind, to avoid the, shall we say, the checking propensities of the wind, he didn't just dip down, he virtually lay down, almost lying flat, almost like those lay-down karts that we occasionally see in the USA. Well, I think they're frequently seen in the USA, but I don't see them that often. But Cristiano Magado, the distinctive inclination of his head to one side at the tight turns, there you see it on that hairpin. Really exaggerated move of the head by Cristiano Magado in second place. And then watch him on the home straight. We're looking at Guy Pansart, now we're looking at Chris Magado, the guy in second place, virtually lying down. Well, he didn't do it on this occasion, just to prove what a stupid guy is commentating at the moment. Hey, there's a move now from 5th to 4th. That looks like Martin Pearce going back past Mikko Sala. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe that didn't work. It was certainly an attempted move by Martin Pearce. Martin Pearce making an attempted pass on Mikko Sala. Just try and see if that happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Martin Pearce in 5th place still. Mikko Sala in 4th. Chris Adams in close attention in 6th. But if we talk close attention, Cristiano Magado is closer than ever now to our race leader Guy Pansart. This is lap 6, and Cristiano Magado, the incline of the head to the right, coming onto the home straight. This is the battle for 1 and 2 that you see on your screen. Guy Pansart leads. Cristiano Magado in second place. The margin, which was 1 1/4 seconds, is now down to 0.17 of a second. And Magado just having a peep, not trying to go past. I remind you, the lead at one time was 1.25 seconds. It's now 0.17 of a second. With Cristiano Magado having, well, Mikko Sala's just thrown in a fastest lap of 60.28. So Mikko Sala not hanging about. Well, looking just off the screen at the off the track at the moment, seeing if there's anything to tell you from way down off the timing screen. Doesn't really look. The former champions, Jesus Perez Santander running 11th, Dennis Kroos running 9th, Luke Sorial running 7th, Chris Adams running 6th, Martin Pierce running 5th, Cristiano Magado well in shot in 3rd place. Sorry, in 2nd place. That was the back marker. Look out, takes the lead. Cristiano Magado takes the lead on lap 8. Cristiano Magado now takes the lead off Guy Pansar, the long-time race leader, and pole sitter Guy Pansar has fought hard to hold on to that lead, but now Cristiano Magado of South Africa, our new leader from the Frenchman. Of course, Cristiano Magado defending the title that he won last year in the United Arab Emirates, in particular the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, and even more particular on the raceway at Al Ain. Right now he's on the raceway, or the Cartodromo at Portimao, and Chris Magado, again that exaggerated head movement. There's more than a kart distance between the two, but Guy Pansart holding on strongly, coming to complete the 8th lap. Setting off on lap 9, Chris Magado 1, Guy Pansart 2, Igor Mukin 3, but a real close, and Hasbi Gasala and Martin Pierce traded places again. Yes, this time Martin Pierce goes 4th. Martin Pierce went through at the end of that lap in 5th place, he's now in 4th place. So Martin Pierce, who in the early stages of the race was running 2nd, is now up to 4th. Well, there's a back marker coming into the sight of Cristiano Magado. So once again, back markers to be contended with. It's only on the 9th lap of 11. So Chris Magado needing to be conscious of the guy in front of him. And I think the guy concerned looking over his shoulder, rather concerned not to be inadvertently the cause of a problem. We've had a spin from a driver in the blue race suit at the hairpin. Kart 488 I think was the driver at the bottom of my screen. Camilo Matiz is the back marker. Now Guy Pansart bidding to retake the lead, but not able to do so. Camilo Matiz from South America. He's the Colombian driver, is he? Kart 438. Kart 438 getting the blue flag. Chris Magado will see that he's been getting the blue flag, but at the moment he's still on the racing line. Just going out of my sight. Don't want this to interfere with the lead. And again, Carlos Matiz just having a look over his shoulder and saying, hey, I'm getting the blue flag, but I'm driving just as quick as these two. Well, he's just done a 62.0, so he's 2 seconds slower, but at the moment... And points them past. Well done, Camilo, well done. And that's a good sporting move by Camilo, waves them through. And so Cristiano Magado in the lead and Guy Pansart in 2nd place can resume this battle for the race victory with blank tarmac in front of them. They're on the last lap, so I'm really glad that they've got past the back marker. Wouldn't want the back marker to inadvertently affect the result. Guy Pansart has not given up on this one, you know. 1.5 laps behind, closed in at the hairpin. Well, the blue flag being waved further at Camilo Matiz, but I have to say, I don't think the other guys in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are going to catch him, so I really don't believe that he's going to make an issue from here. Climbing up the hill, the slowest part of the circuit, and a new 3rd place driver now is that Igor Mukin who's just gone past. Oh, and Martin Pierce with him, he loses a place. But let's do justice to these two at the front. They've had a great race. Cristiano Magado wins it. In 2nd place, it's Guy Pansart. Oh, and a blanket finish. It was Miko Sala going 3rd, Christoph Adams 4th, Gonzalo Gaivao 5th, Martin Pierce 6th, Guillaume Berto 7, Dennis Kroos 8, Luke Sorial 9, and Jesus Perez Santander completing the top 10.
So results for the second heat in the DD2 Masters. Group C versus D. Cristiano Morgado coming in with a good win in front of Guy Pensart. And of course Mika Salo in third place ahead of Christoph Adams. Giancarlo Garvea and Martin Pierce taking place 5 and 6, with Guillaume Berteau in P7, Dennis Cruz in 8th, Luc Cyril, if I've got the name right, in P9, and of course Jesus Perez Santander rounding out the top 10. Also one of our former DD2 champions here. Fantastic race, Ken, and of course now we're going to head into the DD2 class. Zen Daruva kicks off on P1. Of course, Zen, our pole sitter from yesterday, feeling quite confident. I was talking to him a little bit earlier. And of course, Simon Wagner from Austria also lines up on the front row. Nicholas Latifi and Cody Hodgson, also of the United States, and of course Cody's looking also pretty confident today. I think he's looking for a win, definitely a win here in the first heat. Kevin Ludi from Switzerland is on start position 5. And on 6 we have Harold Skarkaklis, of course, of Latvia, and probably one of our tallest DD2 drivers. Tiago Ribeiro, another well-known driver, and also from Portugal. And Tiago won the recent Mojo Cup here at Portimao. And next to Tiago we have Luke Candel, and Luke's from South Africa. He's a mechanic, also another one of our familiar drivers from the Max Challenge. Lucas Oric is on row 5, and next to Lucas is the newly crowned European champion Matthias de Tige. So a pretty good lineup here, Ken. I really don't know if I want to watch this one either, but I guess we have to. So stay tuned, and I'll hand you back to Ken, and we get set for some more great racing. Don't forget to keep watching, and also if you're watching us from home, make sure you send us a message or send your friends a message on Facebook. We'll try and catch up with them over the course of the weekend. Thanks, Ken.
Well, yes, Jenny, it's very, very hard to pick an outright winner out of these, isn't it? But this particular one, Zen Daruva starting on pole position, and that's where he would want to be. And hey, for this particular race, who would argue against him? Well, I'm hearing that one of the drivers is a non-starter. One of the programmed drivers is a non-starter. 356, George Van, should be on the 12th row of the grid. But I'm hearing that George Van of Estonia, who is a former podium man at a grand finals, is going to be a non-starter in this heat. That's bad luck for George Van, one of the many good drivers that come out of Austria. But unfortunately, he will not be taking his place on row 12 in this one. So Zenderuva on pole position and Simon Wagner joining him on the front row as we roll round onto the start line. Zenderuva well clear in front in pole position, a little bit slow start by Nicholas Latifi behind him. Simon Wagner from the outside of the front row has gone into second place. Nicholas Latifi though has held on to third place. Cody Hodgson, I think they're fourth. Simon Wagner having made a decent start. Oh, a very, very late start by one of the drivers who's starting now and about half a lap behind everybody else. So going to be a struggle for him to get a decent position. But Zenderuva, and I'm told it's a false start. It's a false start, a false start. Well, as you can see, this race has been an aborted start. It was a late call for an aborted start, so apologies that we were just a shade late calling it as an aborted start, but the final decision was a little bit late in the call. We try again. Yeah, just been told that the call was made early, but the communication just broke a little. Okay, we try again. Well, Zenderuva gets a start in pole position, and again Simon Wagner is fast from the outside of the front row, but Nicholas Latifi has gone through with Zenderuva. There's a little bit of contact, but nobody's gone off the circuit. And, well, Zenderuva, Nicholas Latifi are 1 and 2 there. I think that I see Simon Wagner in third place. And again we've got somebody who's disappeared out of the back. Not quite half a lap behind everybody else, but there's somebody who's, well, 100 meters behind anyone else at the moment. But Zenderuva's not concerned about that. He's in the lead. Nicholas Latifi had an extremely successful Italian Formula 3 series. Won one of his races, also came second at, let me see, Mugello I think it was, and certainly came second at Monza. Hey, imagine driving a car and coming second at Monza. Well, Nick Latifi's done that. He's here at the moment, chasing Zenderuva. They're the 1 and 2 as we go past the opening, as we go past the start-finish line on the opening lap. They're not the 1 and 2 because Cody Hodgson had gone through, which I missed. Extremely apologetic to all of my USA friends south of the 49th parallel. It wasn't the Canadian Nick Latifi second, it was Cody Hodgson in second place. And Cody Hodgson, have to say, a driver who I have seen an awful lot of, not an awful lot, I've seen a lot of times, and maybe I should have recognised the shape. Having said that, of course, they're all in identical chassis, as we know. That's part of the level playing field with the Rotax Grand Finals. The DD2 Masters, excuse me, the DD2 Masters, I was going to say DD2 Open, all of them on Mach 1s. Well, Zenderuva just pulling away a little bit from Cody Hodgson. Nicholas Latifi and Simon Wagner in close proximity to each other, that is, not to Zenderuva. Zenderuva's got half a second, and there's a bid by Nicholas Latifi to go second, and I think he's executed that over Cody Hodgson. So Nicholas Latifi goes second, Cody Hodgson third, Simon Wagner fourth, and then it's Harold Gokaklis fifth and Luke Canderley, the South African, in sixth place. Well, as I've said many times in commentary, you get a change of place between second and third, and one of the beneficiaries is the guy in front. Just gets that little bit easier, little bit bigger cushion. Zenderuva leading, Nicholas Latifi in second place, Cody Hodgson third, and Simon Wagner getting closer to Cody, getting closer to Cody Hodgson, isn't he? Let me have a look. Well, pretty much a big effort by Simon Wagner in 4th place. Harold Skokaklis about 5 kart lengths away in 5th place. The close battle is between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, of course. This is lap 4 of an 11-lap race for the DD2 Opens. Out at the back is Thomas Holland of Great Britain. In fact, Thomas Holland hasn't come out. He's not the one out at the back. Peter Toth of Hungary and Tom Holland of Great Britain did not come round at the end of lap 3. Tom Holland did a lap, Peter Toth didn't. But it's Zachary Richard Robichon who is the guy who is well detached at the back of this one. Fastest lap on the opening laps, 59.658 by Zenderuva. So if you're leading the race and you set a fastest lap, you're in a pretty happy position, aren't you? Simon Wagner putting the pressure on Cody Hodgson. In fact, Simon Wagner in 4th place, looking very much like the guy most likely to make a passing move. On our television screen you see Zenderuva with a lead of, well, probably about 15, maybe 18 kart lengths. 2nd place, Nicholas Latifi. Nicholas Latifi not having shaken off the attentions of Cody Hodgson. And Simon Wagner, as I did mention in commentary, very much in close contention. A little bit of a gap then to Harold Skokaklis in 5th place, and another gap to Luc Canderle in 6th. Matthias de Tige of Belgium, the Rotax Euro Challenge champion, the 7th place driver, had a very, very nasty collision that drew a red flag in non-qualifying practice and was limping quite heavily, and the kart looked quite damaged. But Matthias de Tige, as a good driver would, is right up there with the best of them in the top 10, running 7th in front of Kevin Ludi 8th, Lucas Orek 9th, and this will test my tonsils, Kazim Vasiliauskas of Lithuania. Just having a look at down the list for anybody we've expected to see a bit higher. Nicholas Verheul of South Africa in 30th place. Would have expected Nick to be a bit higher, I think. But otherwise, Tiago Ribeiro only in 14th place. As Jenny Wade said, he won the meeting here 3 weeks ago, the Mojo Cup, although that was in different weather conditions, but running 14th at the moment. He'll be a little disappointed with that. Zenderuva. One thing that you can add to Zenderuva's kart racing skill is self-confidence. It's a young man from Belgium who doesn't lack self-confidence. He goes over the line at the end of lap 6 to start lap 7 into the 2nd half of the race. It's a good dice behind though. Nick Latifi under pressure now from Cody Hodgson, and Cody Hodgson also under pressure from Simon Wagner. Well, Nicholas Latifi has the advantage over Cody Hodgson, but Cody Hodgson definitely getting closer. Later on the braking at the hairpin, but unless you're going for a very extravagant move, it's not easy to get the pass there unless you've really been towed into the approach and have got the bit between your teeth. Zenderuva, no tow for him. He's just got clean tarmac in front of him, and he's sweeping right-handed now onto the penultimate turn, and now the final turn onto the home straightaway. This is the start of lap 8, and Zenderuva's lead is over 1.5 seconds, but Nick Latifi and Cody Hodgson definitely locked horns. Simon Wagner in 3rd place. Very, very strong effort by the Austrian. Just looks to me as if Simon Wagner's game plan might be, look, I could have an attack at either of these guys in front of me, but it's probably in my better interest to wait to see what they do, because a move by Simon Wagner at the moment would need to pass both of the drivers rather than just one. Zenderuva leads, Nicholas Latifi 2nd, Cody Hodgson 3rd, Simon Wagner 4th. Then that gap to Harold Skokaklis, then another gap to Luc Canderle, the South African. Halfway round lap 8 in an 11-lap heat for DD2s. This is groups A and B. 3, 2, 1 just going past us. way down the field. Tried to identify who that was. Kart number 321. Sorry, 371 I was looking at. To 321 it was Betuhan Unlu, I think I thought I see him, but since I don't think he's in this race, probably that was a misread by myself. 321 who I called, most certainly we know who that is. That's Zenderuva in the lead. He's on lap 9. His lead is increased to 1.8 seconds, a fastest lap of 59.40. So the Antwerp teenager at the top of his form, in my opinion. Went to school in Antwerp, but also went to university in the south of Spain, not a million miles from here, at I think it was Ronda, beautiful little town in the south of Spain, not a million miles from here on the Algarve, where he was a university student. Well, that scrap behind him is not yielding any changes. Nicholas Latifi is still second, Cody Hodgson is still third, Simon Wagner is still fourth. I feel I have to keep watching them because that's where the potential move's gonna come. But then looking at the timing screen, looking at the track proper, also presents us with some ideas of where we might see a potential move. You're actually looking on screen at that battle, second, third and fourth. There you see in shot, second, third and fourth. Second is Nick Latifi, third is Cody Hodgson, fourth is Simon Wagner. You see them in your screen now at middle. And Cody Hodgson makes an attempt to go past, but I don't think, and he has executed it. So, well done to our television cameras, picking up that move. Cody Hodgson on the start of the last lap, and Nick Latifi immediately getting the returned compliment. So, Cody Hodgson, well, how does that affect your psyche? You've done all the hard work, you've wriggled past the guy who's been in front of you for about 8 laps, and then about 10 seconds later, he goes past you again. So, Zenderuva pretty much home and hosed, we would think. Nicholas Latifi still second, Cody Hodgson still third, Simon Wagner not quite as close as he was, but if these two North Americans were to do anything silly, Simon Wagner's certainly there ready to pounce. Zenderuva goes round the tightest part of the circuit at the lowest part of the circuit, climbing up the long drag. Doesn't look a drag for him, it looks all pretty fast. Onto the home straightaway now. Coming into shot just below you, there's the checkered flag, and Zenderuva wins it. In second place, it was Nicholas Latifi, third was Cody Hodgson, fourth Simon Wagner, fifth Harold Skokaklis, sixth Luke Canderli, seventh Matthias de Tige, eighth Kevin Ludi, ninth Lucas Orek, and the Portuguese driver completing the top 10 was Eduardo Leitao.
Well, quite an easy win there for Zendaruva, if it can be easy, ahead of Nicholas Latifi. But of course the next race is going to be an interesting one, as we see last year's Max champion Ben Cooper line up on the front row. Sean Slavin is on pole position, but Ben Cooper, I think, into the first or second corner. Ken, I'm sure we're going to see an interesting battle for the lead there. Of course, though, Antoine Lepescu coming off P3 is one that was really quite fast in the practice the last few days, and also in the qualifying. Antoine from France is a representative of the junior team of Sodi, who actually support our Max class here at the Grand Finals. Henrique Batista, the Portuguese driver, is on grid 4. And on start position 5, we have Joey Wimsett of the USA next to Konstantins Kalko of Latvia. On row 4, in start position 7, Martins Lapins of Latvia, another Latvian. And the Aussie Kyle Ensby starting on grid 8. On grid 9, Mika Laiho, who was one of our front runners here in Europe in the European Championship for Max for the DD2 class. And Brian Stafusa starting on grid position 10. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a close battle here for the second of the DD2 heats. But of course we've got a gorgeous day, not so cold as yesterday, a little bit of a breeze still, but fantastic racing already. And I think I just was down in the paddock, Ken. The nerves are some of the DD2 drivers coming in for their first heat. Just a little bit obvious, but I think some of the mechanics are actually more nervous. So just about set for a start, and hopefully we don't have that shower of rain as we did yesterday afternoon in the last session. But it's looking good. So I'll leave you with it and keep watching. We'll go into the lunch break straight after this race, so everyone can get set for the second battle of the challenge here at Portimao.
Jenny, please come back to the office. Thanks. Sean Slavin, the Scotsman, is on pole position. Ben Cooper, the expat Englishman, now a Canadian, joining him on the front row. 11 laps for groups C and D in DD2. Well, that didn't look a very level start, and I'm not certain that they're racing, but if they are, I can tell you it's Sean Slavin in the lead and that they are not racing. That certainly didn't look a level start. Anything your commentator tells you is unofficial. I'm not an official of the meeting, so any views I have don't count at all, but it did seem that that was not very level. I'm not surprised we go for a restart. Reason for the aborted start, the approach speed was too fast. So a little bit of pressure on pole position man, Scotsman Sean Slavin. Maybe Ben Cooper, who's a bit more experienced at this level, felt that that was too quick. He didn't go with Sean Slavin. And Sean was adjudged to be bringing the grid in a little bit too swiftly. We try again. As Jenny Wade said moments ago, beautiful day here at Portimao now. Blue sky, as those of you viewing online can see. Those of you that are here in person can be aware even more so. We've got the blue sky and the sunshine. We haven't got the cold wind of yesterday. That is an improvement. So, coming round at a much more steady pace. The driver to the extreme right of your screen is Ben Cooper in the off-pole position. The one on the inside in pole position is the Scotsman, Sean Slavin. Sean Slavin to the left of your screen, Ben Cooper to the right. This looks a lot better. And we're racing, and Sean Slavin gets a decent start, but Ben Cooper a very fast start from the outside of the front row. But Antoine Lepecoeur has closed the door on Ben Cooper, I think. Well, Ben Cooper going for the grand outside sweep. He's got himself into the lead, a stunning drive from the outside of the front row. Ben Cooper stayed on the wide outside, decided to use the slingshot angle, and it's paid a big dividend. Ben Cooper in front of Sean Slavin. Sean Slavin well in touch. I have to say, in defence of Sean Slavin, I don't think Sean did anything wrong. As the pole man, he couldn't take the big wide outside sweep. He had to hug the lines a little bit. And there was a moment in that passing move when potentially Ben could have got himself onto the rumble strip and lost many places, but he didn't. He kept it on the tarmac, and he's reaped the reward. Coming round at the end of the opening lap, Ben Cooper, Sean Slavin 1 and 2, then the gap behind them, Joey Wimsett is in third place, and Joey Wimsett's quite a bit clear of the chasing pack. Constantine Scalco went through fourth, Enrique Baptisto fifth. I think that Mikolaiho has gone up a place. Paddy Pierce running 7th at the end of the opening lap. Well, Ben Cooper holding this lead, Sean Slavin staying with him, and Joey Wimsett closing in on those two. Ben Cooper possibly having a little bit more of an advantage over Sean Slavin than he did have initially. And it's only inches I'm talking about. But Joey Wimsett definitely quick. The fast lap on the opening lap was Ben Cooper. I'm not surprised. There were no brakes at turn 2, just that massive wide sweep on the wide outside. Superb piece of racing, have to say. One of the best pieces of passing I've ever seen. Ben Cooper leads, Sean Slavin second, Joey Wimsett third. And Sean Slavin just detaching a fraction from Ben Cooper. As a result, Joey Wimsett getting a little bit closer. Joey Wimsett from the northwest of the United States of America. Sean Slavin from the northwest of the United Kingdom. Well, nice little piece of driving there by Sean Slavin, because while Joey Wimsett looked to be closing, did seem as if The little bit of a loss of about a quarter of a kart length has been remedied by Sean Slavin, and he hasn't let Ben Cooper get away. Ben Cooper is a couple of kart lengths clear, but not galloping away with this one. We're coming round at the end of lap 3. So this is the start of lap 4. It remains Ben Cooper 1, Sean Slavin 2, Joey Wimsett 3. I've not mentioned the guys behind them. They've been having some good battles. Enrique Baptista 4th. I did call in commentary Mika Laiho going up to 5th place. 6 is Roy Bakker, the Dutchman. Konstantin Skalko, who I think was in 4th place at one time, running 7th. Paddy Pierce 8th. I believe that Paddy was 7th at one time, so he's spilled a place. Kyle Ensby of Australia. The guy spannering for him is Roberto Toninelli, a CIK KF class driver, the Italian. Kyle Ensby running 9th at the moment, and the top 10 being completed by Martins Lapins. Just looking a little bit further down at drivers we might have expected to be a bit higher up. Well, Fritz Liesman, USA, 15th. I guess that's just about where his form so far would put him. Jason Pringle, Australia, out of the top 20 looks odd. But the guy with the best name in the race, Jet Chung Chen of Malaysia, he's running 26th. If you were a racer and you could pick a name, how about Jet? Jet Chung Chen of Malaysia, running 26. Sorry to see Colin Daly struggling. He has had issues with that kart. Peter Moody saying to me, look, we're not going to complain, we're not going to withdraw, we're just going to battle on. Colin won't be able to show his true talents, but he will battle on, and Colin Daly, although he's down in about 30th place, doing just that. At the front, Ben Cooper, Sean Slavin and Joey Wimsett remain the 1, 2 and 3 at the half race distance. 5.5 laps gone, 5.5 to go. Well, I have to give some applause really to Sean Slavin, because it was very easy to think that with Ben Cooper taking the lead in the opening 300 metres of the track, that the former double champion might have galloped away with this one. But Sean Slavin holding close to him. Joey Wimsett also close. It's a good scrap between these. How much is Ben Cooper conserving tyres? He's one of the best kart managers in international kart racing. Impossible to say, but certainly Sean Slavin keeping him honest. Joey Wimsett well in touch with these two guys in front of him. Nearly said the two Brits. It's hard not to think of Ben Cooper as a Brit. He's raced with us since he was 14. When I say with us, in the Rotax Euro Challenge as a junior. Sean Slavin, the Scotsman, getting on his tail. Ben Cooper, of course, now a proud Canadian. I know that Michel Boisclair thinks very, very highly. Well, he would, wouldn't he? He's brought him over to Canada as a driver coach and to work in the Canadian program. Ben Cooper sets off on lap 7. Sean Slavin a little bit further back than he was a lap ago, maybe about a half a length down. But Joey Wimsett no closer to Sean Slavin than he was. Enrique Baptista 4th quickest, Roy Bakker 5th quickest, Mika Laiho 6, Konstantin Skalko 7, Kyle Ensby 8, Paddy Pierce 9, Martins Lapins completing the top 10. Patrick Pearce in 9th place then, has shed a lap since I previously called those over. Ben Cooper driving for Canada, looking for his 3rd Rotax Max Challenge title. Winner in the Grand Finals at La Conca, winner in the Grand Finals at Alain, wanting to be a winner in the Grand Finals at Portimao. And as I speak, just pulling a little bit further away from Sean Slavin. Sean Slavin going well. Joey Wimsett in 3rd place, still going well. This is lap 8, the start of lap 8. Ben Cooper has set the fastest lap. It was 59.605. So 59.605 is a 1/10 of a second virtually quicker than Sean Slavin's fastest lap, which was 59.702. Joey Wimsett's quickest 59.819. So the drivers in 1st and 2nd place, are they the quickest? No, Mika Laiho has done a 59.68. So there's only Ben Cooper gone quicker than Mika Laiho, albeit the Finnish driver, the European champion, only in 6th place as we speak. We're on lap 8, coming towards the end of the 8th lap of this 11-lap heat for the DD2s in groups C and D. Ben Cooper dips his head very low. Sean Slavin, who's just about as tall as Ben Cooper, well, dipping his head now, but didn't dip his head so much on the home straight. Joey Wimsett, smaller of stature than both Ben Cooper and Sean Slavin, getting a little bit closer to the Scotsman, I think. The driver who was originally, I think, from the state of Washington, but lives and works in Oregon. Maybe he was originally from Oregon, but certainly from the northwest of the United States of America. Joey Wimsett getting a little bit closer, I think, to Sean Slavin. The gap between them was about 0.5 of a second at the end of the last lap. Well, I don't know. Maybe Sean Slavin is as close to Ben Cooper as Joey Wimsett is to him. I'm seeing that there's a message going to the driver of kart number 313, which is Ameya Bafna of India. Ameya Bafna of India is being fetched in on a mechanical defects flag. That's unlucky. Ameya Bafna was 4th in the Macau Cup in China 5 weeks ago. I had the privilege of commentating at that race in China, and Ameya Bafna of India, in some ways unlucky in that event. He came 4th, but in the preliminaries was a regular winner, but he's being fetched out of this one on a mechanical defect. On a mechanical defect, not multiple defects. Lost the leaders. Well, apologies that I lost the leaders briefly, folks. It's coming up the long drag to the penultimate turn. Ben Cooper in shot now on screen, Sean Slavin in 2nd place still, Joey Wimsett still in 3rd. This is the start of the 11th lap, and it's a 11-lap race. Now, Sean Slavin has not let Ben Cooper get away at any stage in the race. However, it's going to take a mistake from Ben Cooper for Sean Slavin to win this one, because the advantage that Ben Cooper's got is about 4 kart lengths, and in 7/8 of a lap here at Portimao, Ben Cooper's not going to make a mistake that can be punished unless it's a significant mistake. Sean Slavin, though, sticking to his guns, only about 3.5 kart lengths behind. I thought that Joey Wimsett might have got a lot closer to the Scotsman, but Sean Slavin from Dumfries and Galloway in the southwest of Scotland, holding on to the Canadian from the Montreal district. So, coming round to take the checkered flag at the end of 11 laps, your race winner is Ben Cooper, 2nd is Sean Slavin, 3rd is Joey Wimsett. Oh, and a really tight finish for 4th and 5th. Mika Laiho getting 4/5 by, just a matter of inches over Roy Backer 5th, Enrique Baptista 6th, Konstantin Skalko 7, Kyle Ensby 8, Patrick Pierce 9, and Martins Lapins in 10th place. So our last race of the morning, the first round of the qualifying heats. Race victory for Ben Cooper of Canada. Ben Cooper of Canada came home 0.3 of a second in front of Sean Slavin of Scotland and Joey Wimsett of the United States of America third. Mika Laiho, Finland fourth, Roy Bakker, Netherlands fifth, Enrique Baptista, Portugal sixth, Konstantin Skalko, Latvia 7, Kyle Ensby, Australia 8, Patrick Pearce, Great Britain 9, Martins Lapins of Latvia completing the top 10. Leon de Vischer, the Dutchman, 11th, Brian Staffuza of Argentina was 12th. Thirteenth place, German driver Andre Huber. 14th, another Dutchman, Tom Dealison. From California in the United States, Fritz Liesman of the USA was 15th. Akito Saito of Japan 16, Mirko Rossi from San Marino 17th, Jari Huttinen of Finland 18th, Matthew Kinsman of Australia 19th, thought for a minute I was going to say New Zealand, and another Australian, Jason Pringle. It is an Australian, Jason Pringle, who is 20th. Yes, sorry Matthew, New Zealand, Jason Pringle, Australia. Martin Steinertz from Latvia 21, United Arab Emirates from Al Ain Raceway, Sanad Al Rawahi 22nd, Michael Azar from the Lebanon, well done Michael, 23rd, and unfortunately Ameya Bafna of India 24th place, having been assessed a mechanical defect. 25th was Diego Rojo of Chile, 26th Patrick Henker of Germany, Ivan Velasco of Spain 27th, Alexei Zabolotny of Russia was 28th, Jet Chung Chen of Malaysia 29th, and our final finisher, Colin Daly from Jamaica. Christina Vondren, the lady in the race, Rafael Bediz of Poland, and Antoine Lepecoeur, unfortunately non-finishers. Well, that's the close of our racing this morning. We do it all again in a very short time because it's only a brief lunch break we have. It will be round 2 of the heats coming up very shortly. Those of you here at Portimao, I'm sure you'll be ready in your best place when we get racing again. Those of you tuned in online, don't go too far away.
Verkehrsprüfung. Im Livestream. Da ist da hinten noch bei der Kamera, das kann sein, dass es über die Kamera reinkommt. Ich hab keine Kamera, nur rein. Bei der Feuerkamera sehen, da ist der Ton auf dem Ding, kauft es sehr vor allem. Das ist ja auch gearbeitet.
Steine runter. Ja.
Well, our racing resumes in just over a couple of minutes' time, and it will be Groups A and C in juniors for a 7-lap heat. Bruno Bolido of Portugal will start on pole position alongside Austria's Thomas Preining. Josh White and Raoul Hyman will be an all-British row 2. Nuno Souza of Portugal and Alvaro Otero will be an Iberian row 3. Anthony Fautier of France and Berkay Besler of Turkey, row 4. Christopher Dreispring of Germany, Yanal Esmayer of Netherlands, row 5. Kazuto Kataka of Japan and Tommy Lemaire Willett of Canada, row 6. John Den Valley Tour of Spain, Bradley Liebenberg, South Africa, row 7. Joseph Burton Harris, Australia, Rosgun, United Kingdom, row 8. Maxi Hofer, Austria, Scott Manson, New Zealand, row 9. And the top 20 is completed on row 10 by Santino Ferrucci, USA, and Lars Lamberel, the Netherlands. 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go. Welcome back to the racing from those of you, or for those of you here at Portimao, sunny, warm Portimao. Those of you tuned in online, thank you for coming back to us. Heats 2, round 2 of the heats, and we start with the juniors in groups A and C. Bruno Bolido of Portugal on pole position, Thomas Preining of Austria joining him on the front row. Well, I'm Ken Walker, very pleased to be calling the races for you. Doing my best to make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more easy to identify. Having the same sort of problems as 1 or 2 people here at Portimao. Everybody, of course, in identical carts. The Birells, it's Birell who sponsor the junior class. So, do we get a nice clean first timer? This is the last turn of the circuit. Drivers then going into the tram lines. To the left of your screen, Bolido of Portugal. And that wasn't the most level of starts. Not sure if they're racing, and we are not racing. No, that is an aborted start, an aborted start. So we try again. It's Bruno Bollido on pole position, Thomas Preining joining him on the front row, Josh White and Raoul Hyman, and all British row 2. 7 laps for the juniors heats, so pretty much a sprint. Here we go. That's a much better start. Oh, and there's karts definitely out of order there, but never mind. Bruno Bollido takes the lead from Josh White. Thomas Preining not quite so quickly away from the outside of the front row. It's not easy on many of the circuits, the outside front row position. And have to say, here at Portimao, a little easier than some. Ben Cooper illustrated in the last race just before the lunch interval how a really experienced driver who's brave and got good judgment can make it work. Well, this is Bruno Bollido in kart 117 in this early lead. He's being pursued by Josh White in kart 181, and these two just pulling away a tiny little bit. Just about, well, having said that, the little gap that there was has been pretty much closed. I think that behind Josh White we've got Thomas Preining. Raoul Hyman had a decent start. But this is Bruno Bollido from Portugal that you see in shot now, turning right onto the home straight to conclude the opening lap of 7. Bruno Bollido, Josh White. It was Anthony Fautia in 3rd place that I missed the call. Always very angry with myself if I miss one. And going from 4th to 3rd, Thomas Preining. Thomas Preining from 4th to 3rd. I'd called Thomas Preining as the 3rd place driver, which I thought he was. Well, he is now, but apologies to our French friends. Anthony Fautia crossed the line at the end of lap 1 in 3rd place. Nuno Souza of Portugal crossed the line in 5th place, so 2 Portuguese. Oh, and we've lost one of our front runners. Just trying to see the number. Is that 155? 143? Well, do our best. It's not easy to pick up these numbers. Those of you looking on the television probably not had any more opportunity than myself, so let's wait until they come round. Bruno Bollido coming round, dips his head very low. Josh White 2nd, Anthony Fautia of France back into 3rd place at the expense of Thomas Preining. It was Thomas Preining who took that spin. The driver who went off on the 2nd lap at the infield hairpin was Thomas Preining, and he was running, I think, in 3rd place at the time. If not 3rd, it was 4th. And Thomas Preining of Austria, from Linz in Austria, was the guy who went out in that slightly spectacular fashion. Of more relevance is the fact that it's qualifying heat points that's lost. So Anthony Fautia, who had traded places with Thomas Preining twice, now the undisputed 3rd place driver in front of Kazuto Kataka of Japan and Alvaro Otero of Spain running 5th. Yeah, now Esmai, the lead changes. Josh White goes in front. As I'm looking at the timing screen, Jill tells me that the lead has changed, which means that Josh White has found a way past the Portuguese local driver. Oh, and it's very, very tight with Bollido fighting back, and Bollido goes back in the lead. Well, you know, I've got to say one thing about Bruno Bollido that sets him apart from all of the drivers that I've seen in recent commentary. Sure, you can get a lead from pole position. It's not always difficult. It's often very easy. Sure, you can lose 1st place, but I've never seen a driver come from a passing move at the front to go straight back in front more often than Bruno Bollido. That's 3 times today that he's lost the lead and immediately come back. And in defense of Anthony Fautia of France, I don't believe he did anything wrong, nothing wrong at all, but Anthony Fautia going into the lead, but immediately having that lead returned by Bruno Bollido. Josh White had got his nose in front at one point, but right now it's not just his nose in front. And there goes a move from 3rd to 2nd. Kazuto Kataka goes 2nd. Kazuto Kataka of Japan goes into 2nd place, down at the bottom end of the circuit. Everybody okay, although it did look a bit tight there. Bruno Bollido, Anthony Fautia, Kazuto Kataka 1, 2 and 3. Josh White getting ready to repair the damage. Oh, the frustration I feel when I see, looking out of the circuit, that the view is blocked a little bit. The reason I look out of the window is because I'm not able to oh dear, not able to identify the drivers from the numbers on screen, and we've had 3 of the front runners, 3 of the top 10 drivers touching at the infield hairpin where Thomas Preining came to grief, and I'm afraid that particular spot has claimed 3 more victims. They've all got going, well, yes, they've all got going now, but they're not going to finish in the top 10 or even the top 20, I don't believe. At the Mojo Cup meeting here at Portimao, let me see, it was 4 weeks ago, they had more incidents at that hairpin. It wasn't a meeting where I was commentating, but the message getting back to me was there's more incidents at that hairpin than anywhere else on the circuit. Josh White into 2nd place, and Josh White has looked, if I say menacing, I know that's a rather negative word, I don't mean it in a nasty way, I just mean threatening to make a passing move. Josh White is in kart 181 in 2nd place, and is quite close to Bruno Bollido. Kazuto Kataka is 143. Those of you that can see, if you've got a big screen and you can pick the numbers out, 143 is Kazuto Kataka of Japan. Alvaro Otero, well, no. Until I tell you with certainty, I'm not going to tell you what I think. Coming down to complete the 6th lap. So, on to the last lap, and Bruno Bollido is being chased by Josh White, and Josh White bids to take the lead and has to back off. And Bruno Bollido, who drives this track very aggressively, and again, I don't mean in an unsporting way, I don't mean in a dirty way, I just mean that he really does attack these corners, and Josh White pretty much got himself level with Bruno Bollido, but Bollido attacks. Now, Josh White, another chance at the hairpin. No, Bollido looks over his left shoulder and drives just a little bit more slowly and says, look, I'm taking the only way round here. If you need to pass me, you're going to have to find an extravagant way of doing so. It's Bollido and White for the victory in this one. Quarter of a lap remaining. Bruno Bollido is more quickly away than Josh White, and that should seal it for the Portuguese lad for another victory. Coming round to take the checkered flag, Bruno Bollido wins it. Josh White is 2nd, Yanao Esmayer 3rd, Alvaro Otero 4th, Kazuto Kataka 5th, John Del Valle Tour 6, Scott Manson 7, Santino Ferrucci 8, Bradley Liebenberg 9, and Daniel Salvador completing the top 10. Anthony Foggia, who briefly led the race, only finished 11th. For the girls, Jessica Backman was 13th, Ashley Rajero 20th. So it's 1-1 between the girls in terms of the bragging rights in juniors for the 2 ladies. Once again, Bruno Bollido 1, Josh White 2, Yanao Esmayer 3. Guys, you're on television. Guys, do not fight. You're on television. That looked ugly and that went live to the world. Do not do that. Our next race scheduled away in just under 3 minutes' time. We'll see Harry Webb on pole position. Harry Webb from England, joined on the front row by the Dutchman Stefano van Galen. Zachary Clement de Melo of Canada and Patrick Pastorak of Slovakia, row 2. Samu Kulmala of Finland and Parker Thompson of Canada, row 3. Thomas Randall, Australia and Eugene Denason, South Africa, row 4. Thomas Laurent and Giuliano Cucilillo of Switzerland, row 5. Marino Sato of Japan and James Golding of Australia will be row 6. Andrei Yadchenko of Russia and Guanyu Zhou of China, row 7. Pedro Cardosa of Brazil, Juan Manuel Correa, United States of America, row 8. Oliver Askew, also from the USA, he shares row 9 with Daniel Woodruff of Malaysia. And the top 20 is completed by Zachary Scalzo of Canada and Ferdinand Habsburg of Hungary. Harry Webb is on pole position and Stefano van Galen joins him on the front row. Zach Clement de Melo and Patrick Pastorak are row 2. Samu Kulmala and Parker Thompson, row 3. Thomas Randall, Eugene Denason, row 4. Thomas Laurent, Giuliano Cucciolillo, row 5. 7-lap race for juniors in groups B and D. Here we go. Well, again, Harry Webb not too quickly away, and Stefano Van Galen probably quicker away from the outside of the front row. But, oh gosh, we've got drivers still left on the grid almost, but going away at walking pace. But as I understand it, we are in racing mode. Stefano Van Galen losing places though, having been eased out to the side of the track. But Harry Webb, Zach Clement de Melo, and I think that's the Finnish driver, number 144, Samu Kulmala, in third place. Yes, it is. So Harry Webb 1, Zach Clement de Melo, Samu Kulmala, the 1, 2 and 3, as we set off down the hill on this undulate. Oh, and those of you who can see the television screen can see the dust kicked up as one of our front runners puts at least a couple of wheels off the tarmac. And I'm hearing some messages that there are issues under scrutiny on this opening lap. Well, kart number 166, Harry Webb, just in that narrow lead. Oh my, it's tight at the front of this one. This is the battle for the lead. Harry Webb in front, Zach Clement de Melo still second, Sammy Kulmala still third, Parker Thompson I think in fourth place. But that was really, really tight. Probably the top 6 drivers all vying for the lead. Harry Webb having momentarily lost the lead but regaining it. But it is tight at the front. Harry Webb followed by Zach Clement de Melo, and the Canadian driver who was in this position behind Harry Webb in the first heat and made contact with Harry Webb was actually excluded from the race, although that made no difference because he was a non-finisher, the contact taking both of them out. Starting up the sweep towards the 2 right-handers that bring them back onto the home straight. Harry Webb, the European champion, setting off on lap 3 in front of Zach Clement de Melo and Samu Kulmala. Well, Zach Clement de Melo is really doing everything he can to get past Harry Webb. Harry Webb's using the full width of the track to stop him. It's an interesting thing. That would be seen as very legitimate driving, and Zach Clement de Melo takes the lead. What I was going to say was that would have been seen as legitimate driving in the United Kingdom, but other parts, and Harry Webb trying to go back in front, it's not going to happen. Yes, it is. Harry Webb, Zach Clement de Melo, who was in the lead, went very fast into the hairpin, and Harry Webb regains the lead. The little point I was trying to make was that the blocking rule that we see in, for example, the United States, very different to how we see it interpreted in England. But hey, in the final analysis, this is the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. This will be called how the officials on an international footing call these things. Harry Webb looks over his right shoulder. Eugene Denason is the guy that he sees in second place. Eugene Denason, who I saw at Zwartkops, South Africa at the beginning of October in the Nationals, perhaps wasn't as impressive at Zwartkops in the Nationals as I might have thought, but hey, he's impressive now. He's running in second place, albeit he is under pressure from Zach Clement de Melo. Eugene Denason trying to hold off kart number 176, and he fails to do so there because that looks like Zach going back. I'm not convinced. Harry Webb in the lead, Zach in second place, Eugene in third place. Your fourth place driver is the Aussie Thomas Randall. I haven't called his name. He's gone past Samu Kulmala of Finland. Well, this is halfway or half race distance, 3.5 laps gone, less than 3.5 to go, and Harry Webb's lead is now huge. And in second place, Thomas Randall. Oh, it is tight for second, third, fourth and fifth. I believe Thomas Randall has still held off Zach de Melo. Eugene Denason down into fourth. Parker Thompson gaining a spot, I believe. Parker Thompson, the youngster from, well, I say youngster, they're all juniors, so they're all in the teens. And Parker Thompson getting himself a place there, I do believe. Harry Webb well clear of all of the battles, and another second and third scrap, and they both went very wide. That was Thomas Randall. I think Eugene Denason was there. Zach Clement de Melo again, that's not his favourite part of the circuit. Things go a little bit wrong there sometimes, but he stayed on the tarmac. But if anything, Harry Webb has added, another 4 or 5 kart lengths to his lead. He's already 1.2 seconds to the good as we come towards the end of lap 5. 2 to go. Driving standards flags being shown, but I'm not in a position to identify the numbers. On some circuits I can read them, not here. Harry Webb 1, Zach Clamdemelo 2, Thomas Randall 3. Parker Thompson still running in 4th place as I peer at the bottom of the screen. Guan Yu Zhou from the People's Republic of China up to 5th. Been based in the United Kingdom this year, raced in the Rotax Euro Challenge. Actually beat Harry Webb in the final at Salbris, France in round 4. Harry Webb's well clear, about 3 seconds clear of everybody, but it's a great dice behind him. Zach Clamdemelo is 1-2-0. Tom Randall 157, Parker Thompson 163. Definitely looking sharp as now that's television shot. Those of you that are tuned in online, I'm sort of dividing my time between looking at the track proper versus looking at the screen. This is the best of the action we're seeing. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd that you're looking at. Harry Webb has gone through. Thomas Randall in 2nd place, Zach Clamdemelo 3rd. And they've taken each other a bit wide. And Guan Yu Zhou in 4th place and Parker Thompson in 5th place, really close. Well, with no disrespect to Harry Webb, if we discount Harry, it's one hell of a race behind him. Really, really is. 2nd when I last checked was Thomas Randall. And when I say when I last checked, I do have a few blind spots. Kart number 120 is Zach Clamdemelo, so he is now in 2nd place. Thomas Randall, I think, also spilled a place. Guan Yu Zhou, definitely right up there. Guan Yu Zhou is kart number 141 for those of you that can identify the numbers, either here at Portimao in person or on screen if you've got a big screen TV. But Harry Webb, well clear by 3 seconds, takes the checkered flag. Harry Webb wins it. And in 2nd place, 1-2-0, Zachary Clamdemelo. 3rd is Guan Yu Zhou of the People's Republic of China. 4th is Parker Thompson of Canada. 5th, Eugene Denason, South Africa. 6th, Samu Kamala of Finland. 7, James Golding, Australia. 8, Marino Sato of Japan. 9, Thomas Laurent of France. And completing the top 10, Andrei Yatchenko of Russia. Well, again, sorry for that little cough, guys, on air. I do apologise. The 1-2-3, Harry Webb wins it. Zachary Clamdemelo 2nd and Guan Yu Zhou in 3rd place. First of our afternoon senior races will be between Groups A and C, and Piers Lehane on his 17th birthday will start on pole position, already with a victory under his belt. Starting on the front row with him will be the double French champion Alexandra Finkelstein. Jordi van Moorsel of Netherlands and Ukyo Sasahara of Japan will be row 2. João Correa of Portugal and Philip Morin of Sweden, row 3. Willem Jan de Loos of Holland and Xavier Pozzoli of France, row 4. Peter Betzel of Czechia and Oliver Hodgson of the United Kingdom, row 5. Louis Pagano, USA, Nikolai Nielsen, Denmark, row 6. Chad McIver, South Africa, Sam Beasley, USA, row 7. Row 8, Franco Crivelli of Argentina and Daniel Formal, the American champion. Row 9, Claudio Pagliarani of Italy and Marek Chromi from Slovakia. And the top 20 completed on row 10 by Michael Kool of Belgium and Sena Noor of Indonesia. Well, we've said happy birthday to Piers Lehane of Australia. Happy birthday to one of our mechanics, Toms Bobrovskis of Latvia. Toms Bobrovskis, a regular racer in the early years of the Rotax Euro Challenge, also a Rotax Grand Finals finalist. Toms Bobrovskis of Latvia. Toms, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Toms. And Toms, will you do a little favour for me? Will you say hi to your mum in Guma? Tell her that Ken says hi from Portimao. Happy birthday, Toms Bobrovskis. I'm hearing that kart number 229 and 257 have not made the grid, which is a very dramatic message because 229 is Alexandra Finkelstein, scheduled to start on the front row. 229 Alexandra Finkelstein, scheduled to start on the front row, has not made the grid. Oh dear, dear, dear. Alex Finkelstein worked hard in qualifying practice, earned the right to start on the front row, will not start. Just, well, it won't be 3 rows behind him because he's not there, but 3 rows behind where he would have been, Xavier Pozzoli of France has also not made the grid. So 2 French drivers in the top 4 rows have not made the start. This is good news for the likes of Ukyo Sasahara, who won't have an off-pole man in front of him. Oliver Hodgson will have a gap in front of him. So, Xavier Pozzoli not going to start on row 4. Alexandra Finkelstein not going to start on the front row. Well, it's a very sad sight down below me. Alexander Finkelstein being told he can't start. Xavier Pozzoli being told they can't start. The body language of Alex Finkelstein is one of desperation, despair. Xavier Pozzoli, also a non-starter. The two French drivers on the front 4 rows, including the champion, Alexander Finkelstein, not going to be allowed to start the race. Not even from pit lane. They will be non-starters. So Piers Lehane will start alone on the front. Jordi van Moorsel, Ukyo Sasahara row 2, Joao Correa and Philip Morin row 3, and Willem Jan de Loos alone on row 4. Here we go. Piers Lehane, with nobody alongside him, clearly jumps into the lead from Jordi van Moorsel, and Joao Correa getting a good start. Ukyo Sasahara in 4th place. As they drive away from us, Piers Lehane, Jordi van Moorsel and Joao Correa, pursued by Ukyo Sasahara. Hey, we've had an issue on the 2nd turn, but it's so far away I can't identify which of the drivers are involved. Piers Lehane in this very comfortable lead, and Ukyo Sasahara driving on the edge there, getting 2 wheels on the rumble strip, trying to go from 4th to 3rd, and that could have ended in something of a mini disaster for the Japanese driver, but he gets away with it. Piers Lehane, Jordi van Moorsel, Joao Correa, Ukyo Sasahara, and I think that's Willem Jan de Loos in 5th place still. Coming round at the end of the opening lap, the order we've called it is exactly as it was. And Ukyo Sasahara now bidding to go 3rd, and he does go 3rd. Ukyo Sasahara going past Joao Correa early in this on the 2nd lap, and is now in 3rd place. Ukyo Sasahara 3rd. Jordi van Moorsel 2nd, but the birthday boy, Piers Lehane, leading. And Jordi van Moorsel looking a little threatening, but Piers Lehane doesn't make a mistake. Ukyo Sasahara still in 3rd place. These 3 just pulling away a little bit. Your 4th place driver. And Sasahara goes past Van Moorsel. So Sasahara goes to 2nd. My thanks to Jill spotting that move. Joao Correa in 4th place, just a little bit detached from the front 3. Well, he was moments ago, but that passing move means he's closed up some. And Jordi van Moorsel bidding to go back into 2nd, and he does. Jordi van Moorsel back into 2nd place at the expense of Ukyo Sasahara. Well, Ukyo Sasahara, in that metaphorical way that we journalists sometimes speak, climbing all over Jordi van Moorsel to try and get back. All of this plays into the hands of the 17th birthday boy, Piers Lehane, because Piers Lehane didn't need a lot of extra help, but the changes of position in 2nd and 3rd just give him that little bit of a cushion. Piers Lehane is from Australia. Jordi van Moorsel is from Netherlands. Ukyo Sasahara is from Japan, but has been based in Europe this year in Austria, and looked after by the very professional Team VPD. Coming round to conclude lap 3. Piers Lehane's lead is 0.28 of a second. Jordi van Moorsel being attacked by Ukyo Sasahara, and Sasahara gets past, and so does Joao Correa. So now Piers Lehane 1, Ukyo Sasahara 2, and I think it's Joao Correa gone into 3rd place. Jordi van Moorsel shipping a couple of places early on lap 4. Piers Lehane, Ukyo Sasahara, Joao Correa, Jordi van Moorsel and Peter Betzel completing the top 5. I'm going to look away from the screen and see where some of the big names are that are not near the front. Well, 2 big name Americans, Danny Formal, the champion, only 23rd. Sam Beasley, former world finalist, only 25th. They're going to be disappointed with that one. Philip Morin of Sweden, 14th. We normally see him in the top half dozen at least. Peter Betzel up to 3rd place. Peter Betzel has gone past Jordi van Moorsel. As I look back at the screen, Ukyo Sasahari loses 2nd place. Must have lost that to Peter Betzel. So the guy from the Czech Republic on a charge. The guy from down under on his birthday, just taking a cruise. To all of my good friends tuned in Australia, hope you're enjoying what you're hearing. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Hope that Scotty Old is taking notes, because he's going to be doing some of the commentary a little later on. Piers Lehane's lead is about 12 kart lengths, maybe 14. Jordi van Moorsel in 3rd place, bristling at the loss of that 2nd place and trying to apply the pressure on Peter Betzel. Ukyo Sasahara, a lot more work to do. This is the start of lap 6. Piers Lehane, Peter Betzel, Jordi van Moorsel are the 1, 2 and 3. And now it's Ollie Hodgson, a winner last time out, has gotten himself in front of that trailing snake of a group in 4th to 10th as we hit the half race distance, 5.5 laps gone, 5.5 to go. Piers Lehane's lead is increasing, but Jordi van Moorsel putting pressure on the Czech driver Peter Betzel. I'm going to stay with that scrap. There you see in screen top right, coming down into screen now, that's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Jordi van Moorsel in these very, very nice Team Netherlands colours of white and orange, William of Orange if you will. Coming round to complete lap 6, this is the start of lap 7. Piers Lehane's lead is 1.386 second, but between Peter Betzel and Jordi van Moorsel you could barely put, well I don't know, you tell me, 6 inches? Maybe even a foot, but not a lot. Piers Lehane having a very comfortable day on track on his birthday. Jordi van Moorsel and Peter Betzel having a really good dice for 2nd and 3rd. Quite circumspect by both drivers at the tight hairpin on the return home straight. Not the tightest hairpin on the circuit, that's the one at the bottom of the lowest part of the circuit at the start of the long drag. Those of you tuned in online, not here at Portimao, lot of undulation on this circuit, goes up and down a fair bit, just like the Spanish tracks at Campios and at Motorland Aragon, Alcaniz. This one here in the south of Portugal, a lot more undulating than the tracks at Viana de Castela and at Braga. Piers Lehane leading, Peter Betzel 2nd, but Jordi van Moorsel climbing all over the driver from the Czech Republic, to use that little turn of phrase that journalists do sometimes use. Silly really, isn't it? He's not climbing at all and it's not all over him. All we really need to say is very, very close to him. But Peter Betzel in 2nd place, Jordi van Moorsel very, very close in 3rd place. Tends not to be the way we say it. 4th place driver is Ukyo Sasahara. He went past Oliver Hodgson. Have to say, I did think that when Ollie Hodgson got himself into 4th place, he may well have pulled away from that pack and joined the front 3. But Ukyo Sasahara's got back into 4th, Ollie Hodgson 5th, Yoshito Matsumoto makes it 2 Japanese drivers in the top 6, Joao Correa of Portugal 7th, Alexis Araujo of Spain 8th, Willem Jandeloos of Netherlands 9th, and Philip Morin, who was well down the field, has driven himself into the top 10 at number 10, and Louis Pagano of the USA just outside the top 10 in 11th place. This is lap 9 of an 11-lap race. Well, not much you can say about Piers Lehane other than that he's in a big lead, 1.5 seconds. Peter Betzel in 2nd place with his work cut out to defend it. Glances over his left shoulder. Not a lot of need to really, because Jordi van Moorsel, he would have suspected, was right there, and Jordi van Moorsel was indeed right there. Jordi van Moorsel raced a couple of rounds in the Florida Winter Tour as Piers Lehane comes onto the home straight for the 9th time. So we're on lap 10 now, 2 laps to go, 2 to go, and Peter Betzel's lead over Jordi van Moorsel is about the same as it's been for the last 5 or 6 laps. Minimal. So I wouldn't like to call at the moment second and third, other than to say if Jordi van Moorsel has been making serious attempts to get into second place these last 4 or 5 laps, Peter Betzel's been equal to preventing it. 1.5 laps remaining. Piers Lehane having something of an exhibition drive. He's not even got back marking stragglers. We've lost somebody at the tight hairpin who was in the top 10. That was one of our drivers in the top 10 who has gone off at the hairpin, rejoins, but has lost a lot of places. Coming round for the penultimate time, Piers Lehane will see that there's 1 to go as he straightens up onto the home straightaway. 1 to go. Piers Lehane starts the last lap. Peter Betzel and Jordi van Moorsel, I really feel I want to take in the bigger picture, but I also feel these two have got a piece of passing between them at some stage in the race. There's only 7/8 of a lap remaining, barring a mechanical disaster. Piers Lehane's got this one in the bag for 2 victories in his 2 starts on his birthday. As good a birthday present as the Aussie 17-year-old could have wished for. On the podium in the grand finals as a junior. He'd like to repeat that as a senior, and he'd like it to be the top step. Well, he's going the right way about it. Piers Lehane taking it very, very steadily there. No point in pushing at all. 2 turns remaining. There he comes into shot on our screen, onto the home straightaway. There is the finishing line, and Piers Lehane wins it. In second place, it's Peter Betzel. Third is Jordi van Moorsel. Fourth is Ukyo Sasahara. 5th is Alexis Araujo. 6th is Ollie Hodgson. 7th is Willem Jandeloos. 8th is Philip Morin. 9th is Joao Correa. And Juan Diego Alzate, KART-213, who I didn't call in commentary, the Colombian driver, drove himself into the top 10, finishes in 10th place. Just trying to identify who that front runner who disappeared from our front running group was, and it's not immediately apparent to me. But hey, the 1, 2, 3, Piers Lehane wins it. Peter Betzel second, Jordi van Moorsel third. Our next race, race 12, scheduled away at 14:45, is groups B and D in seniors, and James Singleton of Wales and Harrison Scott of England will be an all-British front row. Ferenc Kankshar, Hungary, and Jesse Lazar, Canada, row 2. Phil DeLeo, USA, and Charlie Eastwood, Northern Ireland, row 3. Ed Brand of England, Pedro Paixão of Portugal, row 4. And the top 10 completed by Thomas Brintonson of Norway and Avo Talvar of Estonia on row 5. Row 6, the very unlucky Sean Babington, the British and European champion, is on row 6 with Francisco Mora of Portugal, Pascal Posch of Switzerland and Moritz Oberheim of Germany, row 7. Joseph Mawson of Australia and Daniel Kinsman of New Zealand, row 8. Maximilian Oroeta of Chile and Domen Horvat of Slovenia, row 9. And the top 20 is completed on row 10 by Georgi Tachov of Bulgaria and Bryce Choker from Canada, to be precise from British Columbia in Western Canada. An 11-lap race for groups B and D coming up next. James Singleton of Wales and Harrison Scott of England are the British front row. Ferenc Kankshar and Jesse Lazar are row 2. Phil DeLeo and Charlie Eastwood, row 3. Formation is satisfactory, so it's approach speed now. James Singleton into a very clear lead. Oh, an aggressive move by Harrison Scott to get across into second place. Little bit of contact, but everybody survives unscathed. So James Singleton 1, Harrison Scott 2, Ferenc Kanksar 3. And we've got a lot of guys go out at turn 2. Oh, double figures and more. Something like a dozen, maybe even 14 karts having an issue at turn 2. In this particular race, groups B and D of seniors. But James Singleton in kart 261 is your clear leader. Harrison Scott in 259, clearly your second place driver. Well, don't know if any of the front runners were involved in the problems on the exit from, or the entrance to, entry into turn 2 and the exit from turn 2. 221 I thought I saw going through is Thomas Brintonson. He started on row 5, is now 3/4 of a lap behind the leaders, if I've identified him accurately. James Singleton, Harrison Scott and Ferenc Kanksar was how I called the race at the previous time, and yes, we've got a change of leader. Harrison Scott goes into the lead, and I think that Ferenc Kanksar has gone through with him. Yes, he has. So that relegates the early race leader, James Singleton, into 3rd place. We're on lap 2 of this 11-lap race. Well, I'm hearing the race director, Nigel Edwards, calling for flags, but not in a position to tell you who that might be going to. Harrison Scott in kart 259, your clear race leader. Ferenc Kanksar is kart 279. James Singleton is kart 261. And a change, I think, as I was looking at the timing screen there. Well, possibly not, possibly not. Harrison Scott going to come round in the lead on this one. So 259, well, Harrison Scott playing I don't know, a very tactical game here, looking over his shoulder to try to block the challenge from Charlie Eastwood. It's Charlie Eastwood who came through. I didn't spot that. I really would have thought, hey, who am I? I've never driven a kart in anger. Harrison Scott, I just would have thought, would have kept the hammer down on that very fast turn 1, rather than looking to position himself against a move by Charlie Eastwood. Harrison Scott, a strong enough driver in his own right. Kart number 259, Harrison Scott, holding off the challenge of Charlie Eastwood. Charlie Eastwood from Northern Ireland, races on an Irish licence, comes from the nationalist community in Northern Ireland anyway, so very happy to be representing Ireland. Comes also from Nuts Corner in County Antrim. Excellent circuit. If it wasn't for the fact that it was 2 ferry journeys, would surely be the venue for several big karting events. Coming round then at the end of lap 3, and Charlie Eastwood piling the pressure on Harrison Scott. Harrison Scott's certainly got his head down now. There's no looking over his shoulder wondering where to place the kart. Just briefly out of my sight, but that's definitely Harrison Scott who emerges in the lead, but it's definitely Charlie Eastwood just as close as he was. There's the shots of these guys in screen. Harrison Scott, you're looking at on television if you tuned in online, holding this narrow advantage over Charlie Eastwood. Ferenc Kanksar 3rd, Ed Brand 4th, and the pole sitter James Singleton in 5th place. So for British fans, we've got a driver from England, a driver from Northern Ireland, and a driver from Wales in the top 5. In fact, we've got 2 drivers from England, 1 from Northern Ireland and 1 from Wales in the top 5. There's only Ferenc Kanksar with no British connections. He's running in 3rd place in kart 279. Well, Charlie Eastwood is absolutely poised to make any, or to punish any error made by Harrison Scott. Harrison Scott probably not as experienced at this level as Charlie Eastwood, but Harrison Scott, an extremely capable young driver. Admired this guy from the first time I saw him. Charlie Eastwood more in the battling driver mode, but made huge progress, Charlie Eastwood, in his career in the last couple of years. Often when I'm commentating, I mention his older brother, Ramy, who was a very, very good driver in his own right, now the manager at Nuts Corner, or the circuit manager. Well, if he's tuned in online, Ramy, your young kid brother, he's going good, really is. There's only Harrison Scott in front of him, but Ferenc Kankshar and Ed Brand behind him, and we're on lap 5, in fact coming to the end of lap 5. Now I'm going to take my eyes off the screen to tell you about a driving standards flag. The driving standards flag is going to Georgi Takov. It's not one of our front runners. Georgi Takov of Bulgaria is actually way down the field. Once again, the misfortune of the British and European champion Sean Babington once again is going to be a non-finisher, and Sean Babington, who's had such a stunningly good British domestic season, stunningly good European season in the Rotax Euro Challenge, it's just not happening for him here in Portimao. We've also lost Bryce Choker from Vancouver, British Columbia. Chilliwack racetrack is his local track. Right now he's just cursing his misfortune here at Portimao, having gone out on the second lap. Your race leader, Harrison Scott, bringing the field round. Charlie Eastwood just as close to him as he has been throughout. This is lap 7 of 11. Charlie Eastwood, who has in the past been perhaps a little bit impetuous at times, driving an absolutely classic race here for a pursuing driver. He's not done anything silly, but keeping the pressure on Harrison Scott all of the time. Harrison Scott, no margin for error whatsoever, but equally, Harrison Scott pretty much wheel perfect, which of course means that Charlie's going to have to dig deep and find something a little bit dramatic, a little bit of a gamble to take the lead if he could. Harrison Scott 1, Charlie Eastwood 2, Edward Brand from England getting closer and closer. Ed Brand, who was on the podium in, Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt in the juniors when Ukyo Sasahara won his first title. Harrison Scott sets off on lap 8. If I say pursued by Charlie Eastwood in close proximity, you'll say, well, Walker, you said that on the last lap, and the one before that, and the one before that. I did. They're going round as tight now on lap 8 as they were on laps 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Ed Brand getting closer in 3rd place, Ferenc Kankshar still strong in 4th. I've not mentioned Arvo Tovar running in 5th place, and Portuguese driver Francisco Mora running in 6th. James Singleton, who started this one on pole position, went through in 10th place. Good climb by the Irishman, or the other Irishman, Shane Daly. Shane Daly in 11th place. Well, Harrison Scott still holds the advantage, but still feels the close attentions of Charlie Eastwood, and there is going to be a back marker that will come into contention at some stage. I think that may be Thomas Brintonson of Norway, or failing that, Maxi Oroeta of Chile. No doubt the blue flags will come out if they have to. It's about, what, 50 metres between them? No, a little bit more than 50 metres. In fact, yes, definitely more, about 70 or 80. Well, Harrison Scott has led Charlie Eastwood by a narrow margin for several laps, and that's just how it is at the moment. And as I say, for an extra ingredient, now we have a back marker in view. That back marker, I think, is Maximiliano Oroeta. Harrison Scott continuing to hold off the challenge. The margin is a little bit wider than it has been for most of the race. Probably double what it's been at any previous stage. Ed Brand would have designs on getting closer than 3rd place, but this is lap 10 of 11, so just 1 3/4 laps remaining. Harrison Scott still feeling the pressure from Charlie Eastwood. Coming up onto the return home straight, braking for the return home straight hairpin. Once again, Harrison Scott, to delight his friends but to frustrate Charlie Eastwood and his fans, wheeled perfect through that hairpin again. A feature of Harrison Scott's driving at the front is that he does tend to be very smooth and very accurate. Maybe Harrison Scott, when he's in a tight bunch in the top 5, maybe just shows a little bit of inexperience, but he doesn't show inexperience in this position. Okay, one to go, last lap. And Charlie just looking for a way through, but Harrison has closed the door again. Edward Brand is closer than he was, but I don't think Ed Brand from Watford in Hertfordshire in England is going to be able to get close enough in this. Well, I say that, he is closing in on these front two, but this is the last lap. 3/4 of a lap remaining. Harrison Scott 1, Charlie Eastwood 2, Ed Brand 3. Ed Brand, of course, would like Charlie Eastwood to make a dramatic lunge at Harrison Scott and take themselves both wide, and Ed would just drive through on the inside, but hey, that's wishful thinking. Having said that, Ed Brand now asking questions of the defence of Charlie Eastwood up the long drag. The three of them very, very close, but Harrison Scott has got sufficient of an advantage, I believe. Coming onto the home straight for the 11th time, the checkered flag is out, and victory goes to Harrison Scott. In second place, Charlie Eastwood. Third placed, Edward Brand. Fourth placed, Ferenc Kankshar. In fifth place, it's Avo Talvar. Sixth place, Jesse Lazar. Seventh place, Francisco Mora. Eighth place, Daniel Kinsman. Ninth is Joseph Mawson, and a Portuguese driver, Pedro Paixão, completes the top 10 at number 10. Our next race is Groups A and C in DD2 Masters, and Henry Martin of Argentina will start on pole position. He'll be joined on the front row by the Frenchman Guy Pansard. Hamish Layton of Australia and Martin Pearce of Ireland are row 2. David Griffiths of the UK and Mika Salo of Finland, row 3. Alan Rudolph, USA, Chris Adams, Belgium, row 4. Colin Davis, UK, Gonçalo Gaivao, Portugal, complete the top 10 on row 5. And a non-starter will be Pascal Serratore of Switzerland. Pascal Serratore of Switzerland should have started on row 14, a non-starter. Pascal Serratore of Switzerland, a non-starter. Well, those of you tuned in online, you can see that in the 28th position, Pascal Serratore of Switzerland is scheduled to start. He is a non-starter. Henry Martin is on pole position and Guy Pansard joins him on the front row. Hamish Layton and Martin Pearce, row 2. And I'm hearing this is a false start. This is not a start. The start is aborted. This is not a start. Well, one of our drivers coming to a halt on the formation lap, or the second formation lap. We think it's 427. If it's 427, then it's Morgan Hipp of France, who was scheduled to start midfield on row 10. Morgan Hipp of France, a non-starter. That's unlucky. So, Pascal Serratore of Switzerland, a non-starter. Morgan Hipp of France, a non-starter. So David Griffiths also a non-starter. Henry Martin, and it's another false start, another false start, another false start. Well, I'm hoping these guys are going to get themselves sorted. It doesn't look the sweetest of approaches for a start. Henry Martin on pole position, Guy Pansard on the front row. And we're not racing again. This is going to be a speak to by the officials, I do feel sure. Well, mustn't say that. I don't know that. I don't know that. Yeah, I'm hearing this will be a red flag situation. These guys going to be spoken to by the officials. They're not getting this right, and the pressure is on Henry Martin of Argentina. Now, I don't know what well, I do know what language they're going to be spoken to in. It's English. Henry Martin, a very fluent speaker of Spanish. He's the pole man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here at Portimao, ladies and gentlemen tuned in online, we're going to start again. At least, we're going to try to start again. This is race 13, groups A and C in DD2 Masters, scheduled for 11 laps, and scheduled for a start that's acceptable to the officials. Just hearing over the back of my shoulder, how are they for fuel? It's a good point, isn't it? Henry Martin is on pole position and Guy Pansard joins him on the front row. Well, I'm not sure everybody's in the tram lines, but hey, I'm not an official. But we're racing, and Henry Martin takes the lead from pole position, but Martin Pierce from the outside of row 2 has got a fast start. I don't think it's taken him any further forward than third place, it hasn't. So Henry Martin 1, Guy Pansard 2, and Martin Pierce 3 is my call at the start of this one. Well, short break. Just a short break in that commentary there while we just sorted something technical of our own. Ooh, a little bit of contact down there at the front, but it does look to me as if Henry Martin is still in the lead, wasn't able to follow them all the way round. Hamish Leighton I see there, and Guy Pansar. Martin Pearce I think in 4th place. Henry Martin 1, Hamish Leighton 2, Martin Pearce actually 3rd. David Griffiths run through 4th place. Now of course the big beneficiary from those false starts is David Griffiths on the first of the formation laps. David Griffiths came into pit lane and I heard the call, he mustn't start until everybody has gone through. But of course with 2 false starts after that, David Griffiths was able to retake his place and running in 4th at the end of lap 1. Alan Rudolph from the USA was running 5th. Guy Pansar, who I called as being at the front, only went through in 7th place, and David Griffiths has gone past Martin Pearce, so the Englishman goes past the Irishman who used to be an Englishman. Did you get my drift? I'm sure you do. Or maybe you don't. Well, Henry Martin is an Argentinian, and once an Argentinian, always an Argentinian. Facundo Chapor of Argentina was a winner of the Rotax Grand Finals at La Conca, I do recall, a big surprise. Hamish Leighton of Australia in the lighter coloured race suit in 2nd place. David Griffiths 3rd. One of our front runners put a couple of wheels off the tarmac there, but still running. Didn't do him any favours, but still running. Henry Martin 1. And David Griffiths has lost a place to Alan Rudolph. Alan Rudolph of the USA has moved up into 3rd place. Alan Rudolph, who's, what shall we say, been around a little while, but then that applies to a lot of these DD2 Masters. Alan Rudolph, a solid driver in the USA for a long time, just beginning to show some form. A couple of drivers are way detached at the back, and obviously the result of an incident rather than a lack of capability. At least half a lap behind the others. Not in a position to identify who they are, but maybe we'll look at the screen in a moment or two. So, and a potential change 3rd to 2nd. No, it doesn't happen. It's still Henry Martin. Yes, it is. Hamish Leighton bidding to take the lead and takes the lead. Hamish Leighton of Australia takes the lead. Well, that's the first Australian to lead a race since Piers Lehane, who's won a couple, because we have had some disappointing shows from some of the Aussies, but Hamish Leighton makes it happen on lap 4 of the DD2 Masters Heat for Groups A and C. Hamish Leighton, your new race leader. David Griffiths, I think, has moved up into 3rd place, if I've read that correctly. So your previous race leader, Henry Martin, just having to give way, as indeed he had done previously. Very strong in non-qualifying practice, won the qualifying competition, started on pole position, but was bettered by the Aussie on that one. So, coming round to start lap 5. Hamish Leighton, Henry Martin, David Griffiths. So you 1, 2 and through, 1, 2 and through, 1, 2 and 3, and that is Henry Martin going back in front and taking David Griffiths with him. So, Hamish Leighton's lead only lasted for a lap. And Henry Martin of Argentina 1, David Griffiths, United Kingdom 2, and it's Hamish Leighton and Alan Rudolph dicing for that 3rd and 4th place. Let's have a quick peep. No, they're not dicing, they're well apart. Martin Pearce in 5th place, coming under pressure from Mika Salo of Finland. The surprise packet for me, Guy Pansar down in 8th place. Good drive though by Jesus Perez Santander into 9th, and Colin Davis, another former champion at this level, completes the top 10 at number 10. Just looking a little bit further downfield, there's no other real surprises. René Martinelli of USA just inside the top 30 at 29th place. This is lap 6, and we're at the half race distance. 5.5 laps gone, 5.5 laps to go. As I'm speaking, they're actually just approaching the half lap distance. So 5.5 laps gone, 5.5 laps to go. Groups A and C in DD2 Masters, and it's a good race at the front. Henry Martin started on pole position but hasn't led all of the way. David Griffiths in second place. I make the point he is not a regular racer these days. So for David Griffiths to be able to get in a kart here at Portimao at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals and run at the front competitively tells us a lot about his inherent karting ability. But he's under a lot of pressure from Alan Rudolph. Alan Rudolph from the USA. Seen him racing in the United States 4 or 5 times. Those three a little bit further detached from Hamish Layton. Hamish Layton, a former leader of the race, now running 4th. Mika Salo 5th. Martin Pierce running in 6th place. But these three at the front just taking the lead away from 4th place Hamish Layton. Not taking it from Hamish, but taking the three of themselves a little bit detached from Hamish. Having said that, well, maybe Hamish Layton is closing in on them a little bit to make the front-running 3 a front-running 4. Still beautiful weather here at Portimao, blue sky and sunshine, but just a little bit windier than it was this morning. Not nearly as cold as it was yesterday, but definitely a little bit breezier. Those of you tuned in online, you'll be able to see the flags and determine just how breezy it is compared with this morning. Or on the other hand, maybe you'd prefer to watch the racing. On balance, that's what you should do. Oh, it is getting really tight now. Henry Martin, David Griffiths and Alan Rudolph trying to go past, but Henry Martin takes the brave line, a little bit like Bruno Bollido did in the Portuguese lad in the junior class. It remains Henry Martin 1, and then David Griffiths and Alan Rudolph dicing for that 2nd and 3rd place. Hamish Layton 4th. And Martin Pierce loses 5th place. Martin Pierce loses 5th place to Mika Salo. Mika Salo of Finland going up from 6th to 5th. This is lap 8. We've lost one of our front runners now. It's 411 who's come out, is it? It's not a front runner. 411 is Vladislav Alekverdov. So what I thought was a front runner going out of the race was not a front runner. Thought it was somebody who was in the lower reaches of the top 10. Not so. It's heck of a good race at the front though. Henry Martin 1, David Griffiths 2, Alan Rudolph 3, and Alan Rudolph bidding to go 2nd but not able to get it done. Think of my old friend Bill Wright. Well, not old, my good friend Bill Wright. Bidding to go 2nd, can't get it done. Can't get it done. Apologies for that really lousy Florida accent that I attempted. David Griffiths though piling on the pressure on Henry Martin. Henry Martin from Argentina, David Griffiths from the United Kingdom. Really don't know a lot about Henry Martin. If I can just go to the driver bio and see what we do know about Henry. David Griffiths feeling the pressure from Alan Rudolph. Henry Martin from Buenos Aires, 47 years old, 35 years of racing experience. 35 years of racing experience, and at the age of 12, he raced Ayrton Senna. So Henry Martin of Argentina, 47, has just lost the lead to David Griffiths. But hey, he can say to David Griffiths, you never raced Ayrton Senna, I did. Henry Martin's hobbies, karting and kart race simulators. We get the message, Henry, we get the message. But David Griffiths, the occasional kart racer from the south of England. They used to call him the Dartford kart racer because he was involved with Dartford karting so long. Maybe still is, not really sure. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there by David Griffiths, but Henry Martin not able to get past him. Sorry, Alan Rudolph not able to get past him. This is the start of the final lap. We're on the last lap. Oh, and it's all over with Alan Rudolph, and say all over, Alan Rudolph all over David Griffiths without being able to get past. Henry Martin still in 3rd place, Martin Pierce in 4th place. It's a really good race, this one. David Griffiths holding the advantage, Alan Rudolph doing the chasing. And David Griffiths somehow finds a kart length from Alan Rudolph. Half a lap remaining. We're at that very tight hairpin at the return home straight. And a lovely smooth line taken by David Griffiths. Alan Rudolph really trying hard for the victory here, but David Griffiths has got some smooth driving, the tightest hairpin on the circuit. Now, the long drag all the way up the hill, from the lowest point of the circuit to the highest point of the circuit. David Griffiths looks to have this one in the bag. He's the guy in the blue race suit. He's the one going to see the checkered flag. David Griffiths wins it. Alan Rudolph second, Henry Martin third, Martin Pierce fourth, Mika Salo fifth, Gonzalo Gaivao sixth, Christoph Adams seven, Hamish Layton eight, Guy Pansart nine, and Stuart Clark completing the top 10. Florent Lambert is on pole position as he's joined on the front row by the first of our former champions, Cristiano Magado. Scott Campbell, the next of our former champion, or the current champion, and Cristiano current champions. Scott Campbell and Igor Mukin, row 2. Fernando Guzzi and Guillaume Berthaud are row 3. 11-lap race for groups B and D in DD2 Masters. And a good start by Florent Lambert, good start by Cristiano Magado, but splitting them is Scott Campbell. So Florent Lambert 1, Scott Campbell 2, Cristiano Magado 3 as they go down to turn 2. We've lost 1, 2, 3 carts. Well, we've not quite lost them, but they're not on the tarmac again, so effectively for a decent race result we've lost them. And in fact 2 of them haven't restarted, so that's pretty much a loss. I can hear race director Nigel Edwards calling for a report on how that happened. Florent Lambert leads, Scott Campbell is second, and Cristiano Magado is in 3rd place. I think that's Igor Mukin in 4th place. Florent Lambert, Scott Campbell, Cristiano Magado just pulling away a tiny little bit, and a change between 4th and 5th, those drivers trading places. Let's give you the call as they come over the start line, because then it's official. Florent Lambert 1, Scott Campbell 2, Cristiano Magado 3, and it was Charlie Hipp going into 4th place in front of Fernando Guzzi, who's now 5th. Igor Mukin 6, Harry Salmon and 7, Martin Victorson 8. And Scott Campbell bids to take the lead off Florent Lambert, but Florent Lambert resists the move. Good driving by the Tatum Racing driver. Florent Lambert under the toughest of pressure from Scott Campbell. Scott Campbell so much more experienced than Florent Lambert. Scott Campbell so much more experienced than everybody else. But Florent Lambert leads. Cristiano Magado sitting in sitting in 3rd place. Charlie Hipp taking close order though. This is only the 2nd lap of 11, but Florent Lambert just pulling away a little bit. Well, the driver from England, who used to live in the Ivory Coast, who was born in mainland France, showing the boys the way round, and they're bidding for the lead. Is Scott Campbell, but can he execute it? Yes, he does. Scott Campbell takes the lead on lap 3. So Scott Campbell now leads. Florent Lambert is in 2nd place, Cristiano Magado 3rd, and Fernando Guzzi, or was it Charlie Hipp? Forgive me. Not sure of the driver in 4th place. When he comes around, I might be able to identify him. Fernando Guzzi is kart number 424. It was Fernando Guzzi. Cristiano Magado now getting a little bit closer to Florent Lambert, and I don't mean giving him a cuddle, I mean thinking in terms of going past him. Scott Campbell, and there goes the move by Magado, and Cristiano Magado goes 2nd. Florent Lambert fighting back though, but Cristiano Magado a little bit more experienced than Florent Lambert and goes into 2nd place. Scott Campbell then leads by 8 kart lengths. 2nd is Cristiano Magado, 3rd is Florent Lambert, 4th is Fernando Guzzi, and then there's quite a little bit of a gap to 5th and 6th, who are Igor Mukin 5th and Charlie Hipp 6th. Dennis Kroos, Netherlands 7, Harry Salmon and Finland 8, Luke Soriel, the former world number 1 of Canada 9th, and Johnny Blair of the United States 10th. Guillaume Berthaud from Karting Solon, France is 11th, and Nicky Irwin of New Zealand in kart 458, driving the all-hand operations machine, is in 12th place. The New Zealander doesn't have the use of his legs, but can certainly handle speed and drive a kart really, really well at this level. He's running 12th in kart 458. Your race leader is Scott Campbell. As somebody said to me, like vintage wine gets better with age. Well, wouldn't want to suggest that Scott's too old. Cristiano Magado, though, getting very close to Scott Campbell. Canada versus South Africa 1 and 2. Florent Lambert, the UK 3. Well, all of a sudden, Scott Campbell has found about half a kart length, because Cristiano Magado was very, very close going down to turn 2. But Scott Campbell has just put a little bit of a cushion between them. Cristiano Magado closing it up. Cristiano Magado, the champion last year in Masters, the senior champion in 2003, won that title at Sharm el Sheikh in January 2004, but he was the 2003 champion. won the title last year at Al Ain Raceway, Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. So his double championship is as a senior and as a master. Scott Campbell, also a Masters champion. Quite an unusual and very relaxed driving position in that kart. Looks very relaxed, even though Cristiano Magano is very, very close to him in terms of almost touching distance. Something like about, I would say, 18 inches between the two karts. Coming up towards the return home straight on lap 6 of 11. Scott Campbell leads, Cristiano Magado second, Florent Lambert third, and Fernando Guzzi of Brazil in 4th place. So Canada 1, South Africa 2, United Kingdom 3, Brazil 4, and these 4 guys well clear of Russia, Igor Mukin 5th, and France, Charlie Hipp 6th. Just looking a little bit further down the field, Jerry Hargitay, who was 4th in the final last year, only running 19th at the moment. Mike Jones of the United States, who was in the top half dozen previously, 15th in this one. We're on lap 7, and the front-running 4 are in the same order, but are still pretty close. Well, say pretty close. I think perhaps the front 2 have pulled away a little bit from Florent Lambert third, who's also got a bit of distance between himself and Fernando Guzzi 4th. Scott Campbell holding a kart-length lead over Cristiano Magado. Those are the 2 to the left of the screen that you're looking at now, sweeping round to the upper right of your screen. 7.5 laps gone, 3.5 laps remaining, less than 3.5 laps, because we're quite close to the end of lap 7. Actually not 3.5, it was 4.5. Lap 7, including the one that they're on. So this is lap 8. Scott Campbell continues to hold this narrow advantage over Cristiano Magado. A little bit of a gap then to Florent Lambert, who started on pole position. Behind Florent Lambert in 4th place, Fernando Guzzi. 2 good scraps of 2 drivers for 1st and 2nd, and then 3rd and 4th. Then they're just a little bit more spread. I'll call you the top 10 from there, because Igor Mukin is 5th, Charlie Hipp 6th, Harry Salminen 7th, and then the former champions Dennis Gross 8th, Luc Soriol 9th, and the Frenchman Guillaume Berthaud completing the top 10 at number 10. Johnny Blair USA still 11th, Nicky Irwin New Zealand still 12th. Coming towards the end of lap 8, in fact starting lap 9, Scott Campbell being tracked by Cristiano Magado. Half a dozen lengths behind those, Florent Lambert being tracked by Fernando Guzzi, although Fernando Guzzi of Brazil not quite as close to Florent Lambert as Cristiano is as close to, or is close to Scott Campbell. Having said that Cristiano Magado is close to Scott Campbell, yes he is, there's about a 3/4 of a kart length between them, but Scott Campbell has never given an opportunity to Chris Magado to make a challenge. Nothing much approaching the hint of an error by Scott Campbell. Oh dear, I hope that's not going to be a commentator's curse, but at the moment, the amiable, long-term Rotax Grand Finalist holding the advantage, still coming round with a lead to start lap 10. So 2 to go, 2 to go. Scott Campbell leads, Cristiano Magado second. Florent Lambert now under challenge from Fernando Guzzi, and Fernando Guzzi goes third. Fernando Guzzi of Brazil goes into 3rd place on lap 10. So Florent Lambert, who started on pole position, long time in 3rd place, has got a little bit of a battle now if he wants to get back into 3rd place. You wouldn't expect the drivers in 3rd and 4th place to catch Cristiano Magado or Scott Campbell, but 3rd place in this heat still up for grabs. Remember, these are the 2nd heats of the day for all of these drivers. A 3rd and final qualifying heat tomorrow morning. Scott Campbell coming under pressure again from Cristiano Magado. Florent Lambert fighting back for third place, and I think he's got it. Yes, Florent Lambert gets third place back. So, last lap, one to go, and Florent Lambert has worked a really good move there, but Guzzi is coming back to him again, and Guzzi takes third place just where he took it on the previous lap. Well, it's down to Florent Lambert now to take Guzzi's third place from him at the same place on the 11th lap. In front of them, Scott Campbell still holding the advantage over Cristiano Magado. Half a lap remaining. And Cristiano Magado much faster into the turn, but having to brake, not wanting to make contact with Scott Campbell. Campbell holds the advantage. Cristiano Magado squeezes through, and makes an error, and Scott Campbell's able to punish the error. So, a change twice on the last lap for the lead, and Scott Campbell's going to win it from here. The Canadian Scott Campbell wins it. Second is Cristiano Magado. Third place is Fernando Guzzi. Fourth is Florent Lambert. Fifth is Igor Mukin. Sixth is Harris Salminen. Seventh is Charlie Hitt. Eighth is Dennis Kroos. Ninth is Luc Soriol. And completing the top 10 from France is Guillaume Berthaud. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1, 2, 3 is Scott Campbell, Cristiano Magado and Fernando Guzzi, but there is an incident in the race that's under review, and I understand it does affect one of the top 3. At the checkered flag, Scott Campbell 1, Cristiano Magado 2, Fernando Guzzi 3, but a review of an incident in the race which does affect one of your top 3. cart number 343 as a non-starter, which is Pierre-Luc Ouellette. And Pierre-Luc Ouellette really had a very, very unhappy time here at Portimao. The 2 times world number 1 at Rotax level, non-starter in this race. Pierre-Luc Ouellette, a non-starter in this one. Zenderuva on pole position with Sean Slavin joining him on the front row. Nicholas Latifi and Antoine Lepecoeur row 2. Kevin Ludi and Joey Wimsett row 3. Zenderu is on pole and Sean Slavin joins him on the front row. Sean Slavin to the outside of your screen, to the right hand side, lower side. Zenderu on the inside. Oh, that's not a very level start, but I think it's a start that's counting as a real start, and so Zenderuva after 1 turn is in a very, very clear lead, and yellow flag at turn 1. And being waved rather vigorously, and somebody's hit the fence really quite hard at turn 1. Somebody else involved, and that vigorous waving of the yellow flag suggesting that the driver's out of his cart and uninjured, so we continue. Zenderuva in the lead, Nicholas Latifi in 2nd place, and I wouldn't be able to identify with certainty your 3rd place driver, but certainly Zenderuva in cart number 321 is your race leader. Nicholas Latifi been racing Formula 3 this year, and the full course yellow, and a full course yellow, the equivalent of karting's safety car, and we're looking for the full course yellow. Where are the yellows? Where are the yellows? Where are they? And speed to be scrubbed off. Scrub off the racing pace, and the front runners do. The front runners do. So, we are in the equivalent of Formula 1 safety car. We're in the karting world's full course yellow. So, Zenderuva, Nicholas Latifi, Kevin Ludi are the 1, 2, 3. Sean Slavin 4. Tiago Ribeiro 5, Antoine Lepecoeur 6, Lucas Oryx 7, Sandro Lukovic 8, Martins Lapins 9, and Roy Backer complete the top 10, and we are under a full course yellow. Well, a nasty incident on the exit of turn 1, a very, very heavy collision at the wall. The driver has got out of the cart. I do believe he's totally uninjured, but the cart in a very dangerous position, just being moved now by the marshals, and my suspicion is that we will be under green racing conditions very shortly, but maybe 1 more lap under the full course yellow. We've got that cart away from its position of danger. When I say we, the marshals have. Oh, I'm being told there's a 2nd cart, in which case it may be another lap under the full course yellow. Well, no changes of position, of course. Anybody changing the position is going to have to go to the stewards and explain why they overtook on a yellow flag. Overtaking on a yellow flag's one thing, overtaking on a full course yellow, well, that's even harder to justify. And in fact, the recovery vehicle on the circuit, so it may well be that we'll get another full lap under the full course yellow conditions. Both drivers walking away, and both drivers look to be completely uninjured. Both drivers walking away from the scene, completely uninjured. I think that they are Patrick Pearce of Great Britain and Nelson Stanisky of Brazil. I think it's Pat Pearce and Nelson Stanisky. I was told that Pierre-Luc Ouellette was a non-starter, but my screen shows him as being a starter. So it could have been Pierre-Luc Ouellet was involved, but it's two of Patrick Pearce, Pierre-Luc Ouellet and Nelson Staniski, but there's no injury to those drivers. Those of you tuned in online, nothing to worry about in terms of injury, little bit to worry about in terms of qualifying points lost. Okay, we are still under the full course yellow. This is lap 4 and we're still under the full course yellow. Okay, stationary yellow being called for, a stationary yellow. Stationary yellow being called for now. This may be a prelude to a green flag situation. Everything that your commentator says is unofficial, but I am hearing some of the official calls on the radio. Well, if we start racing at the end of this lap, that will be the start of lap 5, so we'll be heading straight towards the half race distance. So this is going to be pretty much a 6-lap sprint from here. Zenderuva will start in the lead, Nicholas Latifi will be second, Kevin Ludi will be third, Sean Slavin will be fourth, Tiago Ribeiro, the Portuguese driver in his best position, is in 5th place, but Tiago Ribeiro a little bit slow approaching the start line, and although he's just resisted a move by Antoine Lepeceur to go past him, rather a little bit of a gap emerged, and maybe Tiago Ribeiro just caught napping a little bit on that one. Zenderuva continues to lead from Nicholas Latifi and Kevin Ludi. Sean Slavin in 4th place, taking closer order. Kevin Ludi looking to try to go past Nicholas Latifi. Zenderu controlling where everybody went in that race by his kart placement, and the teenager from Antwerp in the Flemish-speaking part of Belgium driving extremely well this weekend. Having said where he comes from, has of course been at university at Ronda in the south of Spain, not so very far from here, but I do believe he didn't race on this track at all. So this is lap 6 of an 11-lap race, and there goes a move by Kevin Ludi and also a move by Nicholas Latifi. Nicholas Latifi takes the lead. Zenderuva stops Kevin Ludi going past him. Well, Kevin Ludi made an attempt to pass. Zenderuva moved out to stop the move, but Nicholas Latifi dived into the gap, and the Canadian who's been racing Formula 3 this year is our new race leader. Got a bit sideways there, Nicholas Latifi, but quickly checked it, and Zenderuva really hounding after the Canadian from here. On our screen, Nicholas Latifi you can see in the lead. Zenderuva, you can see just how close he is. Coming up the hill, this is the climb up the long drag. Nicholas Latifi, your race leader. Zenderuva, your pole sitter, in 2nd place. Kevin Ludi 3rd. Sean Slavin, the Scotsman, 4th. This is the end of lap 6. And Nicholas Latifi feeling the heat, and Zenderuva trying to go past, and Nicholas and Kevin Ludi going with him. Well, Nicholas Latifi's gone from 1st to 4th in no time. Zenderuva 1, Kevin Ludi 2, Sean Slavin 3, Nicholas Latifi 4, and this is lap 7 of the 11-lap race. So, Zenderuva recovering what he would see as his rightful place at the front. Kevin Ludi, the Spirit Racing driver from Switzerland, in 2nd place, his best position of the weekend. Sean Slavin of Scotland, I think he snapped a throttle cable on the opening lap of his non-qualifying practice. So a really, really bad start for Sean Slavin. But right now, he's running in 3rd place as we head towards the end of lap 7. So 4 to go, 4 to go. A driving standards flag being shown. Maybe those of you on your screen saw that to the right of the circuit. Now just having a look at the change of lead is that Kevin Ludi has gone into the lead. Kevin Ludi of Switzerland going past Zenderuva. Zenderuva for the 2nd time in the race has lost the lead. He lost it to Nicholas Latifi but regained it. He's lost it to Kevin Ludi. Does he regain it? Sean Slavin putting pressure. Nicholas Latifi in 4th place, got himself a little bit in no man's land. That's not to write him off because there's 3 laps remaining, 3.5 laps remaining. But Kevin Ludi is our race leader at the moment. Zendaru, 2nd place. Sean Slavin 3rd. Nicholas Latifi 4th. I think that's Tiago Ribeiro in 5th place. Let's check that when it comes round. That's the call as I made it. Kevin Ludi 1, Zendaruva 2, Sean Slavin 3, Nicholas Latifi 4. And I can't really look any further on the screen because you just sense that there's more left in this race, even though we're on lap 9. Well, have we lost our 3rd place driver? Because all of a sudden Kevin Ludi's in a huge lead. Where's Zendaruva? Where is Zendaruva? He's back in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place. So, something happened on the blind side of the circuit. I have to tell you, from where the cameras are sighted on the television feature and where I'm sitting in the commentary box, there are a couple of blind spots. And I think we lost a front runner in there, but let's wait till they come round. This is going to be the start of the final lap. Kevin Ludi in a big lead. Kevin Ludi 1. And there goes a potential oh, wheel to wheel, my! Tiago Ribeiro and Nicholas Latifi, wheel to wheel. Tiago Ribeiro holding on. There's no doubt about it. Nicholas Latifi does like to drive, shall we say, with some enthusiasm. Those of you that hear me commentating a lot, you'll know what I mean. Kevin Ludi coming up in this big lead. Antoine Lepeceur 4th, Zendaruva 5th, Sandro Lukovic 6th. Well, Tiago Ribeiro in 2nd place, coming under pressure from Nicholas Latifi. Tiago Ribeiro can't possibly catch Kevin Ludi. So really Tiago Ribeiro's game plan for the rest of this race is stop Nicholas Latifi going past. Easier said than done, but there's only 2 turns in which to defend now. Sorry, this is the penultimate lap. So there we go, on to the last lap, And Tiago Ribeiro actually himself coming under pressure now from Nicholas Latifi, and I meant Zendaruva is putting pressure on the front too. Zendaruva putting pressure on Nicholas Latifi. So Zendaruva's not really in with a shout at winning this one because of the advantage that Kevin Ludi has, unless something drastic happens, but he could still get back more places. In 2nd place, that looks like Tiago Ribeiro, and is. 3rd is Nicholas Latifi, and Zendaruva in 4th place, trying to get past. Antoine Lepeceur in 5th, Sandro Lukovic in 6th. So, this time I promise you there are only 2 turns remaining. And our race leader coming into shot on television is our race winner. There's the checkered flag on the right of your screen. Kevin Ludi wins it. In 2nd place, Tiago Ribeiro of Portugal. Nicholas Latifi of Canada 3rd. Zendaru 4th. Antoine Lepeceur 5th. Sandro Lukovic 6th. Roy Bakker 7th. Kazimira Vasiliauskas of Lithuania, good drive into 8th. Lucas Orek 9th. Mika Laiho 10th. And just outside the top 10, Joey Wimsett of the USA.
ma Gobbi secondo me poteva fare...
Sì, Gobbi ce lo metti qui in mezzo, fa un filotto, lui andava bene per pulire la pista. Il fuori moto, botte di qua, botte di là.
Gobbi per me poteva fare la pole.
Our next race is Groups B and D in DD2. Simon Wagner of Austria on pole position, joined by Ben Cooper of Canada on the front row. Cody Hodgson and Enrique Baptista row 2. Harold Skokaklis and Konstantin Skalko row 3. Luke Candale and Kyle Ensby row 4. Matthias Detige and Brian Staffusa completing the top 10 on row 5. An 11-lap race coming up now. Hope you're enjoying yourselves here at Portimao. Hope you're enjoying the warm sunshine, avoiding the cold winds of yesterday. Well, look out for some brotherly love in this one, because on row 6 is Eduardo Leitão of Portugal, and immediately behind him on row 7 is Ricardo Leitão of Portugal, the only brothers racing in the event. Well, this does look a little bit of an untidy formation lap, doesn't it? Not quite sure why they've got themselves in that position. Well, this is a false start. It was never, ever looking like going to be a first timer. We try again. Simon Wagner is on pole position and Ben Cooper joins him on the front row. Here we go. That's a much better start. They were a little bit spread, but they certainly looked to be in formation. Simon Wagner 1, Cody Hodgson 2. I think that Ben Cooper 3. It's an aborted start again, and aborted start again. Well, they were level at the front, but there were a lot of gaps in the middle, and this one is called to a halt again. The reason for the aborted start, the approach speed was too fast. The approach speed too fast. Well, third time lucky? We hope so. Well, Simon Wagner is in the lead on this one. Hands are going up. Is this an aborted start? Hands are going up, but I haven't heard the official call. This will be a red flag situation and drivers are to be spoken to. This is not a start. Drivers being brought to a halt and officials going to talk with them. Well, the prime responsibility for the start is the poleman and his front row colleague, and Simon Wagner on pole and Ben Cooper, the off-pole driver, being asked to get out the carts. Simon Wagner just making a open arm gesture, and this position looks very, very clear, doesn't it? Nigel Edwards pointing out to Ben Cooper and to Simon Wagner what he feels is going wrong, and it isn't a case of all drivers being brought out. It's a case of Simon Wagner on the left, just obscured, Ben Cooper on the right, just obscured. The two front men being told, you are the guys I'm holding responsible for what's gone wrong here. Now, they get one more shot at this, I suspect. And yeah, the pointing tells us that if you don't get it right this time, you may not be starting on the front row. Okay, let's hope that's the last of the lessons to be taught. Let's hope we get it right this time. Okay, do we go this time? We certainly hope so. Well, it's not the best start I've ever seen, but it is a start, and Simon Wagner leads from Cody Hodgson with Ben Cooper in third place. Simon Wagner, the poleman, Cody Hodgson on the inside of the second row. We've lost a couple of drivers on the exit, in fact 3 drivers at turn 2. Well, guys, let me tell you, the start is going to be reviewed. The race goes on, the race continues, but the start is being reviewed. Simon Wagner leads, Cody Hodgson in second place, Ben Cooper in third place, or was that the other way around? No, I think that's how I calling it correctly. Simon Wagner, your leader, Cody Hodgson second, Ben Cooper third, but the start is being reviewed by the officials. At the end of the race, Ben Cooper goes second. At the end of the race, the start will be reviewed. What does that mean? Well, it means that if all is well, fine, all is well. If not, the driver deemed to be at fault will be penalised at the end of the race. Now, the driver in fourth place, Enrique Baptista, looks to me as if the number plate on the back of his car, 377, looks as if it's dislodged now. Hope that that's not a situation where it might have fallen off and created an issue. Enrique Baptista looking as if he's trying to make a move from fourth to third. That number a bit lopsided. Well, maybe it's not as loose as it seemed, but it certainly is a little bit, shall we say, not level, not straight. Simon Wagner leads, Ben Cooper in second place. Cody Hodgson third, Enrique Baptista fourth, Konstantin Skalko fifth. Now, third and fourth, has Enrique Baptista got passed into third place? Yes, he has. Enrique Baptista goes third, and Konstantin Kalko also goes past Cody Hodgson. So Cody Hodgson going from third to fifth in a very short space of time. This is lap 3 of the 11-lap race. Simon Wagner of Austria leading the double Rotax champion Ben Cooper of Canada, and your third place driver Enrique Baptista of Portugal. In fact, he's been passed, hasn't he? That's Cody Hodgson back into third place. Cody Hodgson in third place, Enrique Baptista fourth, Konstantin Skalko running in fifth place, I believe. Just looking a little bit further down, is there any big name that we find as a surprise? Well, Christina Vaundren, the lady in the race, I'm afraid she just hasn't got going all day. She's just outside the top 30 at the moment in 31st place. Mohammed Al-Dahari of the United Arab Emirates inside the top 20, and for someone from the UAE racing in Europe, a fairly reasonable situation. Simon Wagner then, continuing to lead as I pick up the race leaders on the circuit. Ben Cooper getting a little closer. Simon Wagner's lead was 0.39 of a second. Well, that's probably pretty much it, although Ben Cooper a little bit later on the brakes there and took some, took about half a kart length off Simon Wagner on the interior hairpin at the return home straight, as the afternoon sun dropping quite low now. So I'm not a race driver, but I just wonder if the low sun might just be a little bit of an issue for these guys and the lady out there presently. We're on lap 4 of an 11-lap race, so not at the half-race distance yet. Well, Simon Wagner's lead over Ben Cooper is 0.36 of a second, but when you look at them on track, Ben looks a lot closer to Simon than that. Simon Wagner, very, very talented driver. May have heard Jenny Wade yesterday in the studio discussion telling us just how determined and professional Simon Wagner is. Well, determined and professional would be adjectives that would describe Ben Cooper as well. These two well clear of your third place driver, which is Konstantin Skalko. I didn't call the move that put Konstantin Skalko into third place, I don't think. I saw Cody Hodgson go past Enrique Baptista, at least I thought it was Cody Hodgson. And Ben Cooper takes the lead off Simon Wagner. Ben Cooper takes the lead on lap 5. So Ben Cooper now, does he pull away from Simon Wagner? Can Simon Wagner hold on? Ben Cooper's lead. A narrow one. Simon Wagner holding on. Konstantin's Kalko pretty comfortable in third place, I would say, at the moment. Enrique Baptista fourth. Kyle Ensby, Australia, fifth. Cody Hodgson of USA has dropped a place to sixth. Luke Candel of South Africa, 7. Matthias de Tige of Belgium, 8. Brian Stafuza of Argentina, he's been a top 10 runner all day, is 9th at the moment. And Zach Richard Robichon of Canada completing the top 10 at number 10. Well, Ben Cooper just getting a little bit further away from Simon Wagner. The fastest lap of the race is 59.48. That's been set by Ben Cooper. Simon Wagner's best time, 59.52. Ben's just done a 59.56. Simon Wagner, 60.0. Well, on the one they've just concluded, it's marked again because Ben Cooper 59.50, Simon Wagner 59.67. So the evidence of the timing screen and the evidence of our own eyes is that Ben Cooper in the lead is just pulling away a little bit from Simon Wagner of Austria. These two are a long way clear of third place Konstantin's Kalkos, as we are about, what, 7.5 laps of the 11-lap race concluded. You see the long shadows being cast now, and that good shot by our television showing you that this very bright blue sky is just losing a little bit of its brightness as the sun drops a little lower. 4:20 the local time here in Portugal. And these guys possibly having a slight issue with the sun. I don't know, it's just a conjecture on my part. This is the start of lap 8 of 11. Ben Cooper 1, Simon Wagner 2, Konstantin Skalko 3, Enrique Baptiste 4, and Kyle Ensby completing the top 5. Well, does Simon Wagner have anything else to throw back at Ben Cooper? You see on screen there, those of you tuned in online, that the double world champion, or the double Rotax World Challenge champion, got about 6 kart lengths clear and 4/10 of a second. That's a good shot of the setting sun. So it may well be that it's not that the sun will be in the driver's eyes, just that the longer shadows might potentially be an issue. We're on lap 8. 8th lap of 11. Simon Wagner getting closer to Ben Cooper. 0.10 was the margin. It looks even less than that now. So the message that I gave you accurately and truthfully a lap and a half ago that Ben Cooper was pulling away, that's been reversed now because Simon Wagner, and Ben Cooper a bit sideways there. And Simon Wagner definitely faster through the hairpin, but Ben Cooper excellent at managing either a mishandling kart or tyres that are playing up a little bit. Very excellent manager of his vehicle. And Simon Wagner, who's just done a 59.52, may well feel that he's reeling in Ben Hooper, but it's still another matter to get past him. Coming towards the conclusion of lap 9. So 2 to go, and that margin is increased to 0.3 of a second. And whereas Ben Cooper looked marginally under threat from Simon Wagner, if you wanted to be bold and weren't worrying about a potential commentator's curse, you'd say that Ben Cooper, with 1 3/4 laps remaining, looking safe in this one. Well, I often refer to the commentator's curse. When I first met Ben Cooper and his dad, I was told about the Cooper curse, which runs along the lines of if there's some misfortune that could befall you, it usually happens to the Coopers. Well, I've seen a fair little bit of the Cooper curse, but I've also seen how good a driver Ben Cooper is, and I've seen those world titles and European titles. Ben Cooper 1, Simon Wagner 2, Konstantin Skalko 3, Enrique Baptista 4, Kyle Ensby 5, Luke Candel 6, Matthias de Tige 7, Cody Hodgson surprisingly down to 8th, Brian Staffusa 9th, and Zachary Richard Robichon completing the top 10 at number 10. We're on the last lap. 1 to go, 1 remaining. Well, Ben Cooper hasn't shaken off Simon Wagner, but dare I say it, when we talk of commentators' curses and Cooper curses, looks to be heading for victory in our final race of the day here. It's not the last of the track action. The youngsters in the Minimax Festival from Spain and Portugal will be coming out, but the last of our Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals heats today. We do it all again tomorrow with round 3 of the heats tomorrow morning. Hope you'll join us for that, either personally here at Portimao or online. And there's the checkered flag. Victory goes to Ben Cooper. Simon Wagner in 2nd place. Konstantin Skalko comes home 3rd. Enrique Baptista 4th. Kyle Ensby 5th. Luke Canderle 6th. Matthias Detige 7th. Brian Staffusa 8th. Cody Hodgson 9th. And Zach Richard Robichon completing the top 10 at number 10. So confirmation of the result of race 16, qualifying heat 4 for the DD2s. Victory for Canada's double world champion Ben Cooper. In 2nd place from Austria, Simon Wagner. Latvia's Konstantin Skalko was an impressive 3rd place. Enrique Baptista of Portugal 4th, Kyle Ensby Australia 5th, Luke Candel South Africa 6th, Matthias Detige of Belgium 7, Brian Staffusa of Argentina 8, and Cody Hodgson 9th place, little disappointing perhaps for the USA driver, and Zachary Richard Robichon of Canada 10th. It was another Latvian, Harold Skokaklis in 11th place, and German driver Andre Huber completing the top dozen, the top 12. In 13th place, Michael Azar from the Lebanon. And for a driver who's very, very inexperienced at this level, doesn't get a lot of top-class racing, that is an excellent result from Michael Azar of the Lebanon to finish 13th in this company. Ricardo Leitao of Portugal 14th, Jason Pringle Australia 15th, Leon de Vischer of the Netherlands in 16th place. Nick Verheul of South Africa 17, Akito Saito Japan 18, Mirko Rossi San Marino 20th, and Mohammed Al Dahiri of the United Arab Emirates completing the top 20. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our racing today. It's the end of our qualifying heats for the day. Tomorrow morning we have another round 3 of racing. But hey, if you've got the time, stick around with us, because we're going to have a look at the youngsters, the stars of tomorrow. From Spain and Portugal, we've got a couple of dozen drivers, little tots from Spain and Portugal driving Minimax. They're going to be here in their Grand Festival, and we're going to see them in their free practice shortly. If you can't stay with us, be sure you join us tomorrow, and tonight at 6 o'clock in the live studio. Tune in, Hear Jenny talking to the celebrities, talking to the experts. But in just, what will it be, 4 minutes time? No less, 2 minutes time. The youngsters coming out for their pre-practice session. Some of them really tiny, but they're the stars of tomorrow. You've got to start somewhere. Well, the youngsters that you see coming onto the grid, let me tell you who these guys are. Kart number 10 is Adrian Harando. 11, Alejandro Jurado. 12, Alejandro Lahoge. 14, Alex Simmons. 15, Alvaro Villanueva. 16, Andre Marquez. 17, Andre Quaresma. 18, Andre Pitts. 19, Antolin Gonzalez, and 20, Antonio Correa. 21, Artur Tellez. 22, Axel Chapontier. 23, listen to this for a name, Ayrton Simmons. Not Ayrton Senna, but Ayrton Simmons. We're looking on screen at the moment at 37, which is Manuel Suarez. 24 is Daniel Nogales. 25, the lady, Delbine Garcia. Delbine Garcia is kart number 25. There's a picture of the lady with the white helmet. Well, I wonder if she knows that her friends back home can see her on our TV now. 26 is Federico Peters. 27, Gonzalo Coutinho. 28, Guilherme Guzmão. 29, Hugo Chapontier. And 30, Joel Soadas. 31 is Jose Gomez. 22, just being pushed past our camera, is Axel Chapontier. Joel Soadas is kart 30. Jose Gomez, kart number 31. Juan Carlos Rezoagli, kart 32. Juan Francisco Franco, kart 33. 34 is Kilian Mayer. 35, Manuel Canizares. Kart 36, Manuel Sanchez. Kart 37, Manuel Suarez. Looking at the screen now is kart 27, Gonzalo Coutinho. 27 in shot. 38 is Oscar Palomo. 39, Pablo Lazar. 40, Pepe Arque. 41, Kike Bodash. 42, Ruben Silva. 43, Sammy Worship. 44, Santino Mendez. 45, Teddy Vallo. And 46, Xavier Honrado. These youngsters in the Micromax from Spain and Portugal, they're taking to the track now for free practice. Well, it's a family affair at the top, isn't it? Because on the opening lap, it's the Charpentier kids are leading the way. 1 minute 15.5 for Hugo, 1 minute 15.8 for Axel. Hugo Charpentier quickest, Axel Charpentier second quickest. They're both from Spain. Andrea Pitts from Portugal, third at the moment. The lady, the girl, or I think perhaps one of the two girls, Delbine Garcia, she is fourth quickest at the moment. Delbine, fourth quickest, 1 minute 16.2. That changes though. Adrian Harando goes quicker and puts Delbine into fifth place. Commiserations to Alejandro Lahoz in the pits at the moment, and he must be feeling awful. Alejandro in kart number 12, hope we can get him sorted. Juan Carlos Razoagli is quickest now, 1:13.9. This is a non-qualifying practice, but good to get the youngsters getting the feel of a big karting event. Well done to Corridas for putting on this Rotax festival for the youngsters. We were at Villa de Castella last year for the Micromax and Minimax, and I do recognise some of these youngsters from that event. Juan Carlos Rezoagli quickest, Antonio Correa next, and Axel Charpentier third quickest. Oscar Paloma is now quickest, 1 minute 13.4. Oscar Paloma in kart 38 is quickest. Oscar Palamo continues to be the quickest at 1 minute 13.141, but Santino Mendez 1 minute 13.147. That's how competitive Micromax can be. Adrian Harando goes quickest. We've got drivers in the 12s now. Adrian Harando has gone 1:12.8. There's 7 minutes to go, and Killian Meyer is quickest, 1:12.1. Oscar Pilar, and it changes. Alex Simmons go. Oh no! That's a rogue time. Killian Meyer still is the quickest, 1:12.1. Oscar Palomo, 1:12.4, and Santino Mendez and Adrian Harando, both 1:12.83. 6.5 minutes to go. got a new guy at the top of the leaderboard. It's Andrea Pitts of Portugal. I know that's another rogue time rolling in. Killian Meyer, you're still the quickest in KART-34, 1 minute 12.1 in front of Oscar Palomo, 1:12.4, and Daniel Nagales now, 1 minute 12.6. There's 4.5 minutes to go. Well, with 2.5 minutes remaining, Oscar Palomo goes quickest, 1:11.881. Oscar Palomo, 1 minute 11.881. Killian Meyer, 1 minute 12.1. And Adrian Harando, 1 minute 12.3. There's 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go, guys. To the final minute, Oscar Palomo, 1:11.8, the only driver to go below 1 minute 12 in a Micromax round Portimao's Cartodromo. The ladies still mixing it with the boys. Delbene Garcia still in the top 10 out of 37 drivers out there. She's at number 10 as we wind down to the checkered flag. Well, there is the checkered flag. The session is at an end and Oscar Palomo was quickest, 1 minute 11.881. What we will do is wait until they're all in, and then these youngsters can hear the names called with their non-qualifying practice times. Oscar Paloma quickest, 1 minute 11.8.